Hello everybody, and a very, very warm welcome to you all to your Alpha live stream of day 2 of action from round 3 of the 2020 Whilton Mill Kart Club Series of Championships, coming, of course, from Whilton Mill Kart Circuit just outside of Daventry in Northamptonshire, England. My name is Howard Mitchell. I am from Double Dash Motorsport Media, and as with yesterday, it is my pleasure and privilege to be with you all to talk you through the action here today. Running, of course, this event under a certain series of precautions and restrictions given the current situation, the pandemic situation we find ourselves in. But the silver lining to all of that was that the racing action has been split more evenly between the Saturday and the Sunday. And that meant that we were here yesterday as well, streaming that action. If you missed that, then I highly recommend you go back and watch it. But not now, of course, not now, because we are with you live to bring you racing action here today on the Sunday. So yesterday it was the turn of the Bambino and Cadet classes, and we saw some really good racing action. It was fantastic to be back racing at the Whilton Mill Kart Club, and today is going to be the turn of 5 other classes of the X30 minis, juniors and seniors, and then we've got the MiniMax and Junior Max going as well. So let's have a look actually at the schedule of all of those classes that are coming your way. Here we go. Obviously, these are, as we're reading them off now, if there are various delays could occur, if there are red flags, for example, or yesterday the rain arrived and caused a bit of a delay to all of the race starts as everyone scrambled on the dummy grid to change to wet tyres. But these are your approximate timings, so if you're looking out for a particular class, then these are some of the times you might want to note down. So racing action is going to get underway in just under 6 minutes time at 1 o'clock. We're going to start off with the X30 Minis and the MiniMax classes. Those are combined for the heat races. You'll note that it says Heat 2 there. I'll talk about Heat 1 in just a moment's time. So Heat 2 for those classes is going to kick off at 1. Then we'll have Junior Max at about 1:15. X30 Minis will, X30 Juniors will be at 1:30. Then X30 Seniors, and we'll then cycle back round to the start of our classes. So Heat 3 of MiniMax and X30 Mini going around about 2 o'clock. Then it'll be the Junior Max Heat 3, then it'll be the X30 Juniors, then it'll be the X30 Seniors, and then around about 3 o'clock as we currently predict, and as I say, all these are preliminary timings, but the finals should get underway around about 3 o'clock this afternoon. And whereas for the heats, the X30 Minis and the MiniMaxes were out on track at the same time, we are splitting them out for their respective finals. So if you're looking for Mini X30, that's around about 3 p.m. we predict that, and then at 1:15, MiniMax. And then we'll go into our final, our trophy finals for Junior Max, X30 Junior at 3:45, and around about 4 o'clock we're predicting X30 Senior. As I say, those are all relatively provisional, but that's roughly how the day is looking. Points on offer throughout the heats, of course. It's 36 points for the win, and then it increments down throughout the field. The heats also, of course, are there to determine the grids to go into the trophy finals, where the winner will receive 60 points, and then it increments down. I believe it's 60 points for the win, 57 for the second place, 55 for third, and then it increments down by 1 point per position. So plenty of championship points on offer today. And we have already, as I said I was going to talk about Heat 1, we have already had Heat 1 in each of our classes today, just to do with how the timetable's working, that we're picking up our action for Heat 2. It's only right, just because we're getting set up for the first of our Heat 2 races. You can see down on the dummy grid there. That I give you a quick run through of what happened in the Heat 1. So the first race out was the Heat 1 of the class that we're about to watch the second heat of. That was X30 Minis and MiniMax. 2 classes out on track, and that one was won by Gabriel Stilp, getting out the blocks nice and quickly there. Stilp got to the lead on lap 1. Pole sitter was Jack Hobson. He was able to keep Stilp nice and honest throughout the whole race. In second place, always stayed within 1 second of the lead, so that was a good battle for the lead there throughout the race. And Rylan Etchberg completed your podium positions, as it were, for that heat. He had a good race as well. Seemed a bit quiet. He had a sort of gap both in front and behind him by mid-race, but that was how it ended there. In terms of the MiniMax class that was also on track in that race, it was Bobby Rosier finishing 16th overall in the race, but was the highest placed of the MiniMax runners. Ben Crosley, a couple of seconds back from him, was the second place MiniMax, and then Oliver Smith was third within the MiniMax class. Then we had the Junior Max Heat 1. A little harder to say exactly what went on in this one, because I was sort of keeping an eye on what was happening. But there was some transponder issues. So if you go back over the results and look back over that one, it looks a little bit weird. Pole sitter Noah Hadley was the eventual winner of that race, but he clearly had a bit of a transponder issue on timing, as it looks like he plummeted to last place and then finished last, but he definitely didn't. So it's a little harder to tell the story of that race, but he did start in pole. Kyle Dunford was his closest challenger in that one, who eventually finished second, and then Spencer Brown, experienced driver around Whilton Mill, came home in third in that one. Then we had the X30 Junior Heat 1, which was a case of Lucas Ellingham went straight to the front of that field. I think he started that one in fifth place, if memory serves correct. So he got to the front and stayed there. Christian Brooks, who started second on the grid, had a good battle with Sam Baker over second early on, managed to win that, and Sam Baker dropped back a few positions thereafter. I think he finished fifth in the end. And then towards the end, Jude Fernerhoff, who had worked his way up from fifth on the grid, had worked his way really well, and had a good battle and secured second place mid-race, and it stayed that way till the end. So that was X30 Junior Heat 1. Then we had Heat 1 for X30 Seniors. Haven't had a confirmed result for that, and that was mainly complicated by a red flag. We don't understand. We understand any drivers involved in that incident were fine and okay, but there was a red flag stoppage, and it just means we're waiting a bit on the confirmed result. So I'll tell you a bit more about that probably when we get to Heat 2 in the X30 Seniors class. But anyway, that's what's happening Heat 1 in the respective classes. You can all go to results.alphatiming.co.uk and click on WMKC to see confirmed results for those as they come in. Hello to everybody where we're going out on YouTube, on Facebook, across various pages there, and on Twitch for the first time for Alpha Live as well. So hello to everyone who's watching on Twitch. So we're across all forms of platform today. So there's plenty of ways to enjoy the action. And that action is about to get underway as we prepare to go into heat number 2 for X30 Mini and MiniMax. Let's take you through the grid then for this first race. Remember, it's a multi-class race, so I will try and mention those as we go through this grid. So Henry Gregory is going to start on pole. These are all X30 minis here. Leo Brown is alongside. Row 2 is going to be Kira Harris and Aidan Hassan. George Robinson and JJ Russell are on row 3. Row 4 is going to be Jack Nettleship and Archie Heron. Row 5, Jack Hobson and Freddie Allen. Kean Geraghty and Rylan Etchberg make up row number 6. Row 7 will be Heat 1 winner Gabriel Stilp with Morgan Hill alongside. Ethan Haig and Jaden Gregg make up row number 8. And row number 9, and this brings to a close our X30 runners, is going to be Thomas Carter and Hadley Simpson. Then we go into our MiniMax runners. Oliver Smith is going to start with Bobby Rosier alongside, and then Zane Khan and Ben Crosley round out your 22 kart field, which consists of X30 minis and MiniMaxes. So as they go out on track, it's going to be a rolling start, of course. We don't have any classes who have a standing start competing today. That was all yesterday with Bambinos and Cadets, as out come our MiniMax class. There's them. So we're going to try and focus on both classes for you. I'm going to try our best to do that. I rather enjoy the multi-class racing. It means that there's multiple races going on at the same time, which I think always makes it fun. If you are watching, do let us know on YouTube. Comment against the stream. I've got comments from that coming in, but also let's get interacting on Facebook. Get interacting on Twitch if you're on there. It's great for us to be there with Alpha Live for the first time. As we get ready, so the X30 Minis are going to come around now to begin their race. Henry Gregory in the 71 on pole, Leo Brown alongside with the green helmet in the number 33. And we're go for racing here at Whilton Mill, and it's a good start from Gregory, the pole sitter. No, it's an even better start, excuse me, by Leo Brown, that is, who I think's got to the head. No, it isn't. He's still chasing up the hill. Beg pardon. I was right the first time. Gregory leads them through the top part of the circuit then, as they all work themselves out. Looks like it's been a clean start so far. Down into Ashby for the first time. Downhill braking, good overtaking opportunity. Looked like Jack Hobson was looking to make a move in there to take advantage of that. They are all using the runoff there, as there's a bit of a moment there. I think that might have been Freddie Allen, who was just dipping a wheel onto the grass coming out of Ashby. Meanwhile, the Minimaxes have got going as well. Their grid is now headed on up the hill towards Christmas Corner for the first time. So we'll keep an eye on that one as our X30 Minis come round to finish their first lap. But it looks like Henry Gregory has indeed been able to hold on to his pole position. Leo Brown in second. Aidan Hassan has managed to get himself up a place to third, and it was a good start from Jack Hobson. I mentioned he looked like he was having a move down into Ashby. Managed to get himself up to fourth, having started in 8th place. So that's in 9th place, excuse me. So good effort there, as we're watching. That's the number 20 of Kira Harris there, having a look at Jack Nettleship at Christmas Corner. Down in Minimax, Oliver Smith has managed to hold on to his pole position within that class, with Bobby Rosier in second and Ben Crosley in third, who's got past Zane Khan on that first lap. If you're looking out for them, you need to look out for the yellow number-plated drivers are your Minimaxes. Your white number-plated drivers are your X30 Minis. So here is the Minimax field. There's the 4 of them. As you can see, there may only be 4 of them, but they're having a good battle there. And then there is one driver who has a black number plate. That's a novice driver in our X30 Mini class. That's Hadley Simpson. So if you see a white or black number plate, it's X30 Mini. If you see the yellow number plates, as you just see, that's Minimax. And here is Minimax coming round to finish their second lap. Still Oliver Smith in the lead of that one. We cut back to our X30s, where there's been a change for the lead, because Leo Brown in the 33 has got to the head of the field. Did it, by the looks of it, in Ashby Corner. So it's now Leo Brown ahead of Henry Gregory. Aidan Hassan still in third place, I believe, in the number 64, as they come round to complete another lap. This is the boot section. Indeed, it is Aidan Hassan in third place, being kept honest at the moment by Jack Hobson. Lead of confirmed, change of lead confirmed then. Leo Brown to the head of the field, as we saw on that lap. Not too much field spread so far in our X30 Minis. Good to see a good competitive class. Heat 1 winner, Gabriel Stilt, by the way, has got up to 5th place. So Gabriel's going really well at the moment. Strong driver, experienced driver in this class. We cut back to Hassan, who's now been passed by Hobson. You can see the number 14 Kart now ahead of the 64. So that is Jack Hobson up to 3rd position. Good battles going on throughout the field. Rylan Etchberg, Kean Garrity and Archie Heron having a good battle in the lower parts of the top 10. Or the upper part, depending on how you how you consider it. The upper numbers, the lower positions, that's it. Bit of a change around in Minimax though. Bobby Rosier and Ben Crossley, as we're looking at Gabriel Stilp going down the inside of Aidan Hassan. Nice move there by Stilp, moving up the field, having started 13th in this race, so already up to 4th place. Great stuff by Stilp. But yeah, there's been a change in Minimax. Bobby Rosier and Ben Crossley have both managed to get past Oliver Smith. So there's been a change amongst 1st, 2nd and 3rd within your Minimaxes. Here they are. So here's your... there is Bobby Rosier, your new leader within the Minimax. Under pressure here from the 56 of Ben Crossley. That looked like a move there, and I think he's got the job done into Wilkins. So nice move within the Minimax field there. As they come onto the back straight, that is your new leader in Minimax. That is Ben Crossley. That will get confirmed just as they come across the line. So you look on your timing tower to the left-hand side of your stream, you'll see a change of position for 19th overall. That is a change within the Minimax class. Change for 4th place also got confirmed there within the X30 Minis. Gabriel Stilt now past Aidan Hassan. But here is Bobby Rosier going to have a look here. You can see the 29 of Oliver Smith as well, just in the background. And we're going to cut back, I think, to our X30 class. There we go. These are the front runners in X30. So we're now looking. There's Leo Brown. And there's been a change here, has there? Where's Henry Gregory. Yeah, Henry Gregory has dropped down. So Gabriel Stilp now up to second place here, and with the fastest lap of the race at 47.19. Stilp is really throwing down the gauntlet, and here goes Stilp for the lead of the race on Leo Brown. Gets the job done. Great job there by Gabriel Stilp to the head of the field in the same position as in heat number 1, but from much further back on the grid. So really good stuff now. But obviously getting to the front is one thing, got to stay there. And there's also moving here, battling between Gregory and Hobson. So Henry Gregory and Jack Hobson battling away now. On to lap number 8 then. Gabriel Stilp, your winner. Gosh, your winner in heat 1, your leader now in heat 2. Hopefully I haven't commentators cursed that one. We're looking at Henry Gregory still with Aidan Hassan applying pressure. This is the 71 with the 64 behind, and there in the background that is Cian Geraghty going down the inside of Rylan Etchberg as well into Ashby. That is for 8th place. And that is Aidan Hassan past Henry Gregory as well. So plenty of passing going on here. It's a nice challenge for me keeping up with some of these. But that is Hassan up to 4th place within our X30 Mini rank. Should mention that there's not been a change yet in MiniMax. Still Ben Crossley at the head of that one. We saw that one happen a few moments ago. New fastest lap of the race then from Jack Hobson of 46.94 as we're watching a battle here between Kira Harris and Hadley Simpson. That's over 16th place, and then not far behind them is the MiniMax group. Cutting back to the battle between Hassan and Gregory. This is over 4th place. Hassan got the position last lap, but you get the impression Henry Gregory isn't too keen to let it stay that way. Here's Leo Brown on the tail of Jack Hobson, and that means that there's been a change on this lap for 2nd place then. Jack Hobson up into 2nd place. Less than a minute on the clock then. I wager it'll be this lap plus another. Gabriel Stilp, your leader, keep on wanting to go back over heat 1, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. Hobson in 2nd, Leo Brown in 3rd. It's going to take quite the effort for them to catch up and put pressure on Stilp at this point. And Hassan still under pressure from Henry Gregory. Could see Jack Nettleship and Cian Geraghty now close for 7th place. You might see them shoot into the shot. There they are, battling away. And in between them and the top 5 I've been talking about is George Robinson, having a bit of a quiet one for now. He's done a good job to get it into 6th place. He's on for some good points there as our leaders come round to start what I imagine will be the last lap. We're waiting for that to get called as such, actually, because they were really close getting under the line there. That was like everybody in an F1 quali session, who can be the last one over the line. So that was actually very close. This could be the penultimate lap rather than the last one. And Cian Geraghty did get past Jack Nettleship on that last lap, so that battle over 7th has seen a change. There they are. The 73 now ahead of the 57. Good little battle there as well between... that'll be Jaden Gregg, Freddie Allen, Jaden Gregg, Archie Heron battling over 10th place. We cut back to the battle between Aidan Hassan and Henry Gregory, 64 versus the 71. As we're coming round to start the final lap, and the gap to the lead has closed. The gap has closed down here. So Jack Hobson, he's 0.6 of a second behind Gabriel Stilp. Quick look over the shoulder from Stilp, but nothing too much to worry about for now. They've spread out a little bit, these top 3. As here, is this our MiniMax is coming on to start their last lap? Yes, I think it is. But still absorbing the pressure well here, and has not got far to go. Here it is, our top 3. They're slightly spread out at the moment, so I think the main one to watch amongst the top runners is going to be Hassan versus Gregory. It's been a great heat for Gabriel Stilp, though. Carries on the run of wins here. One in heat 1 is going to take the win in heat 2. Gabriel Stilp takes the win ahead of Jack Hobson and Leo Brown. Aidan Hassan holds off Henry Gregory for 5th place. George Robinson takes 6th. Cian Geraghty 7th. Rylan Etchberg gets past Jack Nettleship on the last lap to take 8th. Freddie Allen wins that battle over 10th place ahead of Jaden Gregg and Archie Heron. Morgan Hill finishes 13th, 14th for Thomas Carter. Ethan Haig finishes 15th. 16th overall, and taking the win then within the MiniMax class is Ben Crossley. Then it's Kira Harrison 17th. Bobby Rosier in 18th, taking second within MiniMaxes. Hadley Simpson 19th. Oliver Smith rounds out your podium runners within MiniMax in 20th place. And then it's Zain Khan in 21st. And JJ Russell seems to have had some issue whilst he was out there because he is 6 laps down in the number 84. So there we go then. Good job by Gabriel again, getting those wins in, getting the good points on the table. That'll be 36 points for each heat to give us a total of 72 so far. There's one more heat for those runners, but in the meantime we move on to the second of our Heat 2s. That is going to be Heat 2 in Junior Max. So as they get ready in the dummy grid part of the pit lane, let's give you your grid then for Junior Max Heat number 2. Luke Ringham will start this one on pole ahead of Jack Brand. Neo Clark and Jensen Giles are on row 2. Row 3 is going to be Daniel Beard and Charlie Picard. Lexi Belk and Freya Belk start on row number 4. And on row 5 it's going to be Daniel Chabula and Noah Hadley. Carl Dunford and Leo LaCastro are going to be on row number 6. Row 7 is going to be Harrison Crook and Spencer Browan. Charlie Ellis and Tommy Edmonds make up row number 8. Row 9 will be Joshua Burton and Jack Davis. Row 10 is going to be Jack Cooper and Jake Howarth. James Jackson and Miles Dawn make up row 11. And then rounding out the 23 karts is Chloe Kunjazic. That's how they line up then for Heat 2 in the Junior Maxes. Hello to everybody watching on YouTube. Do keep your comments coming in. Hello to everybody on Twitch at the moment. Hello to everybody on Facebook. We're going out on so many Facebook pages. Hello to everybody on the Alpha Live page, on the Whilton Mill Kart Club page, on the humble little page over on Double Dash Motorsport Media on the comms side. Hello. Hello to people from Karting Magazine page, Kart Pulse. I feel like I've missed one out. There's so many. So, yeah, we've done Karting Magazine, Kart Pulse, Whilton Mill Kart Club, DDMM, and, of course, Alpha Zone page. I think I may have got them all. And Wilton Mills page, I'm being told. We're across so many pages, so hello to everyone on Facebook. Thank you very much. We have a new feature that was introduced in the comms box yesterday. We have a little cube that shows how many people are subscribed to us on to Alpha Live, I should say, on YouTube and on Facebook, how many likes they have. There's also a readout of numbers from Instagram, I think, on there as well. And it's been great to watch this number going up as the weekend's gone on. So if any of you are watching the stream at the moment, then please do like, subscribe, Alpha Live Productions, or you can follow them on Twitter at Alpha Live Ltd. And I'm going to do a shameless plug as well. If you like what you're hearing from the commentary side, do please check out Double Dash Motorsport Media. We are across all of the forms of social media that Alpha Live is, with the exception of Twitch. So we are on Twitter at Double Dash MM. We are on Facebook, Double Dash Motorsport Media, and we are on Instagram. And I'm trying to think if I've forgotten any of them. There's probably one I've forgotten. Failing all else, head over to double-mm.com. We've got all the links for you there. So if you like what you're hearing, do give us a shout out, and do please as well subscribe to the YouTube channel. We can't match Alpha Live for the live racing action, but we do put out plenty of content on there as well. So give us a subscribe on YouTube if you would be so kind. Right then, we're getting ready here for Heat 2 in Junior Max. On pole is the number 60 of Luke Ringham, there with his Senna livery there. And alongside him on grid 2 is Jack Brand. Here we go then. Junior Max Heat 2 is go. As they go over the line, it was a good start from our pole sitter, Luke Ringham, and he's going to repeat what we saw in the last race with the pole sitter holding on to pole as they go up the hill for the first time. Jack Brand's been able to hold second place, but he is having to go defensive there against Neo Clark in the number 81. A little bit of a wide line as well from Jensen Giles, but there's no one there to capitalise. It gets a little bit argy-bargy down there. That is the 72 of Harrison Crook taking to the grass, but it looks like he's been able to rejoin in a relatively calm fashion there as they all work their way through the mid-sector for the first time. Through Wilkins, down into Oziers. That looked like an overtaking attempt there from, I think I saw Carl Dunford trying to put in a move there in the mid-pack as they come round to finish lap number 1. Still Neo Clark hounding the back of Jack Brand there, but Brand absorbing the pressure so far as they come round to finish lap number 1. It's Ringham, Brand and Clark, your top 3. Charlie Pritchard has got past Jensen Giles on that first lap to get up to 4th. Look at this though, challenge for the lead by Jack Brand, straight down the inside of Luke Ringham. Nice move there, and following through is Neo Clark. Good hanging to the back there and taking the opportunity, and now they're both past Luke Ringham, but Ringham does well as someone took to the grass there to driver's left heading into Ashby. Incident back there. That looked to me like Noah Hadley in the 74, and the number 11 is Charlie Ellis. It's interesting actually, Noah Hadley wasn't too close, so I wonder if I saw the 94 of Jack Davis instead of the 74 of Noah Hadley. I will confirm that as they come around this lap. New leader though is about to be confirmed as they cross the timing line here. And it is Jack Brand in the number 22. Neo Clark in second now with Luke Ringham in third. Lexi Belk making good progress on that last lap as well. Got past Jensen Giles and Daniel Beards to get up into 5th. So that was a good lap there. As we're watching side by side here, this is Pritchard versus Ringham. And I think Pritchard has picked off Ringham there for third. Yes, he hasn't challenged for the move from way back there. That was a beautiful move by Neo Clark to take the lead off of Jack Brand. That one caught us all unawares there. That was brilliant stuff. He's coming back though. Brand is coming back in Oziers. I think they might be side by side down the back straight. No, they aren't. And indeed, that's bulked the 22 of Brand, and that's allowed Charlie Pritchard to get by. This is going to shake up the timing tower to the left of your screens as they come across now, because now it is Neo Clark from Charlie Pritchard with Jack Brand in third and Luke Ringham in 4th. Daniel Chibula has taken to the pit lane, by the way. Should mention that. I'm just trying to look to see. Well, definitely wasn't Jack Davis involved in that ruckus up by Inkermans and Ashby, because he's running well still. So definitely Charlie Ellis was involved, but I'm not quite sure who else was involved in that incident. Oh, maybe I saw the 65 rather than 64, potentially. Spencer Brown running fairly far down the order here. We just saw a quick shot of James Jackson battling away with Leo LeCastro there. Good battles throughout this field. Not too much field spread so far, which is nice to see. And as we just saw in the last lap, there's plenty of changes even at the front. This breakaway pack of 4 then, still Neo Clark, Charlie Pritchard, Jack Brand and Luke Ringham. Lexi Belk still running in 5th, Noah Hadley in 6th, Tommy Edmonds in 7th. Jack Davis has just got by. I mentioned all those battles that we saw between James Jackson and Leo LeCastro. As we look here at the battle over 5th place, that is Noah Hadley in the 74. And then this snake of karts running their way through Ashby right now. So the 98 on your shot there, that is Lexi Belk, and that means Noah Hadley has got by Belk for 5th place there. So change for 5th by the looks of it. Coming around to complete a lap. You can see a bit of breathing space now for the 81 of Neo Clark. Almost a second's gap to Charlie Pritchard. Change for 5th confirmed as well. Hadley past Belk now. Tommy Edmonds still running close with them in 7th. James Jackson as well, getting past Daniel Beards on that lap. And here we're seeing, this is Tommy Edmonds on the 98 of Lexi Belk. So now Edmonds past Belk for, that'll be for 6th place. So really interesting battles here. You can see that pack there. That's the 27 of Jensen Giles leading Freya Belk, Jack Cooper, Miles Dawn, Jack Howarth. They're all in the same group there. Carl Dunford in that pack of karts as well. Really good stuff this, as it looked to me like the 27's been passed. So I think Freya Belk might have got by actually for 12th place. We'll have to call them as they come through timing this time. Bit of a breakaway now. Noah Hadley getting away from Tommy Edmonds, who, as we saw, got past Lexi Belk on that lap. And yeah, it is a bit of change. So Freya Belk got past Jack Cooper on that lap. And it's Jensen Giles who fell down the order to 15th place. Plenty of action, just under 3 minutes left on the clock. This is Jack Brand and Luke Ringham, 3rd place and 4th place. And then there is, oh, and there's a side-by-side hit. Ringham's got a run on Brand going into the boot, and he's made it stick. Nice move there. Don't know if Brand's going to have a response in the second part of the boot. He's got good drive off the second apex, side-by-side into paddock corner, and he's got the position back. So nice reclaiming there of Jack Brand in quick order. Ringham clearly got good run off of Ozier's to take the position on the back straight, but Brand was able to get him back. The curb at paddock here isn't quite as severe as it was at some points towards the end of certainly last season, so you can be a little bit more confident. So let's take another look at it actually, because it's a really nice demonstration of what can happen in the boot. So Ringham here got a good run on Brand and got him under the classic move, under braking. But then you see Brand goes for the switchback out of the second apex of the boot, and that gives him better drive, just enough to get his nose alongside and get it back coming out of the boot. Textbook dogfight at Whilton Mill, as there is an issue here for the number 17, and that makes it Miles Dawn. Miles Dawn has taken, that looked like it was in the sort of mid-sector around sort of Ashby, Wilkins, Ozier's part of the lap. Hopefully he'll get underway again. Good little battle that we just saw cross the line was Joshua Burton versus Charlie Ellis. I think they've just been battling away, and this is the 36 of Howarth, Jake Howarth against Spencer Browham. I think Spencer Browham might have had a bit of a compromised race here. He's trying to recover some ground here, is Spencer Browham. And there he is, going down the inside of Howarth. That's bold move there by Browham. And there's come to tears there, as there's a moment there for the 36. That is Jake Howarth off to the side of the road, heading into Wilkins. And he's not too happy about that. If we could just maybe take a replay of that one, because we didn't quite catch what was going on. Oh, and it was just a little tag, and it sent Browham skewing right as well. There's no malice there. But unfortunately, it all came to tears a bit. It has not been Spencer Browham's race at all. Miles Dawn, by the way, has recovered to the pit lane, and Browham is now in the pit lane as well. Does Jake Howarth keep running, I wonder? This is a fantastic battle that we've picked up here. This is in amongst the Leo Lacastro, Carl Dunford, Freya Belk battle, I think. And we've got a few changes going on here. As there's also a battle going on there between, I think that was Jensen Giles and Joshua Burton, who just flashed through shot. So let's take a look. Who are we looking at here? That is Carl Dunford, who's now been passed by Freya Belk, and Harrison Crook has got behind got ahead of Jack Cooper as well. So the 72 on your screen is Harrison. Oh, he's passed Carl Dunford as well. I think Dunford is a bit slow on the straights here, or he was compromised somehow, because he's dropped there. He's now dropped from 12th down to, I think, 15th. I think that was Daniel Beards who just got by as well. So not a good time. Oh, yeah, he's got a problem. He's clearly slower. Clearly slower, you can see, as Jensen Giles just flashed past him. So this is a problem for Kyle Dunford in the number 40. As we're on the last lap, though, so we need to keep an eye on here on Neo Clark. It's a rear left problem for flat tyre. Flat tyre, indeed, we're being told for that. But we need to keep an eye on the start-finish line here, because Neo Clark, who really grabbed this race, is on his last lap. Here he is coming through Ashby now. He's got a little bit further to go than I thought. And there is the string of karts. Pritchard in second at the moment, Brand in third. Noah Hadley got past Luke Ringham on that last lap. So you can now see Luke Ringham and Tommy Edmonds, the two Senna liveried karts, running nose to tail. But here is Neo Clark. Went to the lead of this one with some really impressive pace, and he's going to come round now to take the win in heat number 2 in our Junior Max class, with Charlie Pritchard finishing second, Jack Brand in third, Noah Hadley in fourth, Luke Ringham in fifth, Tommy Edmonds in sixth. There's Jack Davis, James Jackson, Lexi Belk and Leo Lacastro to round out your top 10. Then here comes a great battle that's been going on race long. Freya Belk in 11th, ahead of Harrison Crook, Jack Cooper. Then it's going to be sprint to the line there, Daniel Beards holding ahead of Jensen Giles, who was really trying to G his car on to take him at the line, but finishes 15th in the end. Charlie Ellis in 16th, Joshua Burton in 17th. And then everyone else had some kind of issue there. Kyle Dunford we saw with the left rear issue towards the end. Jake Howarth and Spencer Browham having that incident between just coming out of Wilkins, Miles Dawn and Daniel Chibula. Also their race unfortunately ending in the pit lane. But well done there to Neo Clark. Really good race there. We'll next see the Junior Max in about an hour's time. Next up for us though is Heat 2 for X30 Junior. Let's take you through the grid then for the X30 Juniors, who are already waiting to go out on track in the dummy grid. Reece Newburn and Charlie Field take this one away from row number 1. Josh Agambar and Macy Hitter are row number 2. Louis Johnston-Cool and Luke Watts are row number 3. Zach Ripley and Alex Moody are row 4, with Mackenzie Stevens and Benedict Davies on row 5. Lorenzo Cordal and Harry Cottrell are row number 6. Row 7 sees Luke Weston with Mitchell Gibbons alongside. Jude Fernerhoff and Thomas Mills are on row number 8. Miles Turnbull and Sam Shaw make up row number 9. Joshua Patterson and Michael Rapsey are row 10 to round out your top 20. Ellis Borchia and Sam Baker are row 11. Row 12 sees Christian Brooks alongside Lucas Ellingham. Kian Gohill and Rowan Campbell-Pilling are row number 13. Row 14 is Zaki Hussain and Harvey Reeby. And then it's Remy Gilbert and Hugo Gilbert on row 15 to round out your top 30. And Daniel Hackett and Jack Sherwood, row 16. Row 17 is Jake Yanagasawa and Alex Johnston. Oscar Joyce and Antonis Sofronio round out our 36 kart grid. It's a very healthy field today in X30 Junior, which means plenty of action is about to ensue on track as they take to the circuit. A plume of blue oil smoke. We've got a driver off there. That's Benedict Davies, who's had a bit of an issue there on the outlap. But hopefully he'll be able to take to the circuit again. Hopefully that was just a spin or something there. It's saying full start at the top, but I think that's slightly harsh. They hadn't even, they'd only just come out the pits, so I think that's timing just sorting itself out a little bit as they all try and ramp their karts up ready for race action. So Reece Newburn, your pole sitter in the number 72, who's not yet in position, I don't think. As we get ready to go here. No, it's a full start. I was going to say, something wasn't quite right there for me. It was not least that I couldn't see the drivers I was expecting. That's Luke Weston towards the front, and that doesn't work for me at all because he's in 13th. Now I wonder, I know that they did regenerate the grids for this earlier today. So I don't know if there's a bit of confusion here, or if maybe I'm looking at the old grid. I'm not entirely sure. But we'll have a look this time at how they come round in formation. Who's at the front of this then? That looks like, that still looks to me like Luke Weston is on pole. So we maybe have a slightly different order to what was touted here. Nevertheless, they look good for a race start. The officials are happy, and away we go for X30 Junior here in heat number 2. 36 karts, all streaming through Oblivion and the Crook. Will they all make it through nice and cleanly? Looks to me pretty good, and it looks like Luke Weston has had the ideal start there. Leads them into Christmas Corner, 3 abreast, 4 abreast. Does everyone squeeze through there? It looks pretty good. Good, respectful racing so far as they all break downhill into Ashby. Look at the number of drivers jinking to the inside to see if there's an opportunity there. Such is the nature of a first lap here at Wilton Mill. Through Wilkins, plenty of side-by-side. It's like Noah's Ark through Wilkins this time, and that is very challenging because you've really got to commit to that corner. Onto the back straight they come, but our leaders are already in the boot. This is Louis Johnson-Cool, who you just saw there coming through. Who is it first across the line? It is Johnson-Cool then. First across the line. Oscar Joyce in second. Mackenzie Stevens, and I think Louis Johnson-Cool took that one in the last part of the lap through the boot there, as there's an issue here, disappointment for Michael Rapsey in the 250 kart. That's unfortunate for him, having to take straight to the pit lane. We're back here with, this is down the order with Zach Ripley, we just saw there, battling away with, I think it was Jude Fernerhoff up at Christmas Corner as they all come through. Ashby, and there's an incident there, I think, on the way to Wilkins, and there's another incident heading towards Osiers. Two entanglements there. Everyone looks okay, but I wonder if there'll be some visitors to the pit lane with that. That is the 33 of Macy Hitter involved. So that's disappointment there for Macy. We'll see who else is falling down the order. Sam Baker is falling down the order. Harvey Ribby is falling down the order, as is Joshua Patterson. So I think it was Macy Hitter, Sam Baker, Joshua Patterson, and Harvey Ribby who were all involved in those incidents. Unfortunately, it's still Louis Johnston-Cool at the head of the field. Oscar Joyce in second, Sam Shaw in third. We're going to have a few karts needing recovery. You can see Macy Hitter's kart just off to the right of your shot there as they all head from Wilkins downhill into Osiers. Oh, move on there. Let's see what positions change on that lap. Oscar Joyce keeping Johnston-Cool very honest there in the lead. Christian Brooks up to fourth place now. Good racing for Christian Brooks. Featured well in the first heat, as I recall, as well within this class. Lewis Ellingham got by Benedict Davis on that lap as well. That there was the 99 of Ellingham. I think he just got past Reece Newburn there at Christmas. And the 77 there on the move, that was Antonis Sofroniou pulling out to put a move into Ashby. As I think it might have been Jude Fernerhoff doing the same as well, slightly further back in the field. So much battling going on here. Not too much spread at all across this field, which means we get loads and loads of lovely battles. We're not even at the halfway point of this one yet. It's been quite the action-packed one so far. As I wonder if that was Josh Agambar just having a look there. Thomas Mills having a look at Agambar there into oblivion. There's certainly someone having a go. Still close for this lead then. Bit of a gap to Sam Shaw, and then a fantastic string of karts battling over fourth. This is Christian Brooks ahead. No, it's not Christian Brooks anymore. I don't think. It is. Oh, it is. It's Brooks ahead of Josh Agambar still. Or no, Thomas. And this for the lead of the race. Oscar Joyce tries down the inside into the boot and gets the job done and manages to squeeze Johnston-Cool just to stamp home the advantage and ensure that there's no means by which Johnston-Cool can respond. Sam Shaw then right onto the back of Johnston-Cool, so now he's in the awkward position, having been leading the race, of being in a sandwich. Fastest lap of the race from Lucas Ellingham. Good lap of 46.07. And there was a change there. Luke Watts had got up to fifth place ahead of Thomas Mills. So that was the drive we saw between Christian Brooks and Thomas Mills. That all happened in the first half of the lap last time around. And now look at this. Sam Shaw having a look into Wilkins. Got to be bold there. And I think he got through there. That was a lovely move through Wilkins' corner. It's such a difficult place to overtake, because you kind of just got to commit. It's one of those ones. It's like an overtake into paddock. If you've got your nose alongside, you can, stamp your authority on the inside line and take the place, but you really have got to commit. You can't back out of it. So Sam Shaw confirmed up to second place now ahead of Lewis Johnston-Cool. Christian Brooks, Luke Watts and Thomas Mills having a really nice close battle over fourth place. Lucas Ellingman's dropped back just a bit off of them. Well, I say drop back, excuse me. He's setting fasted laps of the race. There he is. You just saw the back of him in the 99 kart. And look at this, trying for the lead now. Sam Shaw down the inside of Oscar Joyce into Ashby Corner, and he gets the job done. Really nice couple of laps there from Sam Shaw that's seen him going from third up to the lead of the race. This is brilliant stuff. And there is a move, I think, from Luke Watts on Christian Brooks for fourth place. No, it can't have been in Christian Brooks. That's been a more significant change there, because I think that's Thomas Mills behind him now. So I think Christian Brooks has dropped down 2 places there. Indeed he has. So Luke Watts and Thomas Mills, as there's an issue there for the 34 kart there. That will be down the order. That will be Benedict Davies who's falling down the order. I'm not sure what's happened there. Not sure if it's linked at all to any of the issues he suffered on the warm-up lap, although we have gone quite a distance now into that race, so it could be completely unrelated. There is the 37 of Luke Watts, your fourth place runner, and see now how he and Thomas Mills in the 21 are catching up to the back of this top three now. This is becoming, instead of two groups of three, this is starting to form up nicely here in the latter stage of this race as a 5, possibly 6 kart battle over the lead of this race, and behind them over 6th place, Christian Brooks and Lucas Ellingham. Now, and Lucas Ellingham has got him, so Lucas Ellingham, who's been having a brilliant turn of speed in this one, is now up to 6th place. Here we go then, your leader is the 66 of Sam Shaw. Oscar Joyce is behind him. Louis Johnston-Cool, your former race leader, in fact, second and third are both former race leaders, is in third. Luke Watts now all over his tail though in the red car. Is he going to have a go into Ashby? No, he's going to bide his time. And then Thomas Mills is in 5th place there in the blue, white and red helmet. But you can see there the blue suited Lucas Ellingham is not too far behind as well. This is almost becoming a 7 kart battle for the lead here in the X30 Juniors. This is brilliant, brilliant stuff we're being treated to here. Still Sam Shaw at the head of this field. And everyone's getting involved now on this battle. I wouldn't even count out Christian Brooks there back in 7th. He's staying in touch. And then there at the back of the shot, that's Josh Agambar. Hey, if they all start battling, don't count him out either on picking off a few spots. But look at this, for second place, Oscar Joyce under pressure from Luke Watts. Luke Watts late on the brakes, up into second place. What a few laps it's been for Luke Watts. Now up into second place. There's a bit of a gap now as Thomas Mills tries down the inside there of, I think that's on Johnston-Cool. And I think that's Johnston-Cool taking to the grass, the 61 off onto the grass, and he's going to have dropped back all the way there, as that to me looks like Thomas Mills as well, having a pass put on him by Christian Brooks, I think that was. So I wonder if Lucas Ellingham... No, Christian Brooks has had a great lap there, getting by Lucas Ellingham and Thomas Mills. So I think that's Christian Brooks in the 82, up to 5th place. It's all go here, and we've got 2 more laps of this to go. Sam Shaw still holding on for first place, 6/10 ahead of Luke Watts, now up into second place. Oscar Joyce, as that's the 88 coming into the pits. So that's disappointment there for Alex Moody, who's clearly had an issue that's put him out of the running. Unfortunate for him. We're looking at Lucas Ellingham on the tail of Thomas Mills, coming through Inkerman's, and Thomas Mills is going to be under pressure here. Ellingham down the inside of Ashby, and he's got the job done. He is racing so beautifully in this one, is Ellingham. He's been setting fastest laps throughout the race, a 45.89, currently the fastest lap. He's now going to set about trying to take Christian Brooks in that high-vis yellow and blue coloured livery up ahead of him. That's going to be for 4th place, although Brooks has been having some great racing himself. We've split back out now into 2 groups of 3 again as we go on to the last lap. Sam Shaw is half a second ahead of Luke Watts. Watts is going to need something amazing on this last lap to challenge for the lead. 3rd place is Oscar Joyce, and then here is Christian Brooks, Lucas Ellingham and Thomas Mills battling over 4th, 5th and 6th respectively. What a race it's been, this one, folks. This has been so much fun. Here is Christian Brooks, Lucas Ellingham hounding the back of Ellingham's kart here as they come through Wilkins. Ellingham, does he choose to go defensive? He does. He goes mid-track, and Lucas Ellingham goes to the inside as well. That's going to give Thomas Mills good drive off of the corner as well. He could have a go into the boot. No, I think he's a bit too far back. We do need to keep one eye further up the road then, though, because Sam Shaw is going... Oh, as Lucas Ellingham tries to tuck under here. Sam Shaw is going to take the win. Who's going to take 4th place? I think that Brooks is going to hold on there. It's a sprint to the line, and he does by 0.12 of a second. So Sam Shaw finishes 1st. Luke Watts in 2nd. Oscar Joyce in 3rd. 4th there just was Christian Brooks. Lucas Ellingham in 5th. Thomas Mills in 6th. Josh Agambar had a bit of a quiet one towards the end, but hey, he was keeping himself in touch on some good pace there. Had it have all come to blows. He was in 7th. Former race leader Johnston-Cool in 8th. Lorenzo Cordell in 9th, 10th for Reece Newburn. Jude Fernerhoff working the way up the field, got into 11th towards the end. There was Zach Ripley, Antonis Sofroniou, Alex Johnston in 14th. 15th was Harry Cottrell, Ellis Borchia, Jake Yanagasawa, Harvey Ribby in 18th. 19th was Mitchell Gibbons. Mackenzie Stevens rounded out the top 20. Then it was Rowan Campbell-Pilling. I think that's your highest placed novice driver, so well done, Rowan. Charlie Field in 22nd. Miles Turnbull, Luke Weston, Jack Sherwood, Zaki Hussein, Remy Gilbert, Daniel Hackett, Hugo Gilbert, Sam Baker, Joshua Patterson. Then in 32nd it was Cohen Gohill, and Alex Moody, Michael Rapsey, Benedict Davies and Macy Hitter. We all saw having some kind of issue there, so disappointment for them. They'll be looking to bounce back in heat number 3. I'm going to get my breath back, ladies and gentlemen, as we transition now into our second heat for X30 Senior. Let's take you through the grid then for X30 Seniors. Robert Parker is going to start this one from pole with Roy Johnston alongside James Otto and Christopher Bingham make up row number 2. Then it will be, excuse me, I'm looking at the wrong screen here. Robert Parker in pole, Roy Johnson alongside James Otto, and Ryan Margolis is going to be row number 2. Row 3 is going to be Christopher Bingham and Callum Driscoll on row 3. Row 4 is then going to be Amir Vaidyanathan, Louis Diamond alongside Jordan Brown and Archie Forber on row 5. Cameron Coombs and Oliver Greetham make up row 6. Rihanna Reagan and Tyler Reid are row 7. Row 8 is going to be Anki Stenning and Harry Torpy. Row 9, Joshua Torpy and Nathan Amos. Row 10 is going to be Benjamin Southgate and Matthew Herbert. Row 11 is going to be Archie Garlick and Oliver Henwood. Joseph Ahrens and Caelan Burbridge on row 12. Row 13 is going to be Samuel Hawthorne and Brendan Matchell. Row 14, Mason Weir and Vishal Patel. Oliver Meadows and Lucas Romanek round out your 30 kart grid. Whilton Mill themselves on YouTube. We need a sit down after that race. Yep, yeah, I think you do. I certainly did. But yeah, we are. I'm going to keep an eye on what's our YouTube subscriber count. I've just been told has gone to 9811. Did I read that right? 9811. So thank you to everybody who's subscribed to Alpha Live on YouTube. As motorsport gets underway again. They are a fantastic channel to follow, to be aware of all the racing action that's coming up. And why not? Being as if motorsport is getting underway again, you can even hit that notification bell. And that way, even if you haven't been paying attention to the posts that they put out on Facebook to tell you of upcoming events, you'll still know when things go live. Plenty of people out on the balcony at the moment. There are certain restrictions in place, of course, this weekend, and a huge shout out to the organisers, Whilton Mill Kart Club and Whilton Mill Circuit, who have made it possible for us to go racing again in the WMKC ranks. We had rounds 1 and 2 in January and February, and then things all went a little bit topsy-turvy in the world. And so it's fantastic to be back racing again here. And so far today we're being treated to some good British summer weather, although we did have the other meaning of British summer yesterday, which was sun at the start, barbecue ruining weather in the middle, and then back into the sunshine towards the end of the day. I don't think we've got anything on the horizon for today, but that did create its own dramas yesterday. There we go. That's how it didn't look about midway through yesterday's proceedings. As we're just waiting for X30 Senior Heat 2 to come out onto track. I think we're running pretty much to schedule here as well. It's 1:45, which is exactly what we said on our schedule. So there we go. So far running to time. So here they are then, your class of 30 karts for X30 Seniors. Coming out onto track. And they will have 8 minutes on the clock, as we've had with all the other heats. 36 points on offer, as with the other classes. As we cut to the front of the field then. The 74 is not quite who I was expected to see in that position, based on what we saw earlier. Roy Johnson is alongside though. So away we go. Thomas Byrne is your 74, leading them away, and he is in the lead through the crook as well, so he's been able to retain pole position there. And up the hill, he's under pressure from Roy Johnson, as behind them everyone else fields into Christmas Corner for the first time. Great start by the top two, in fact, here for Thomas Byrne and Roy Johnson, as they file their way through Wilkins for the first time. Everyone looking to make a move down there, and there's a bit of jostling at the back as well, and I think that's brought someone to a standstill there. That is the number, I think that, I'll confirm who that is, that's Sam Hawthorne in the 65. So, devastation for him at the start of this one. That's him out of the running. There's just a bit of contact on his rear left, I think. It just all got a bit bulked up towards the back, and there's the 233 as well, which is Lucas Romanek. So he's now off. That's down at Osiers, so I think he was involved in that as well. So unfortunate there. There's a slightly dejected Hawthorne walking away from that one, as yellows are shown down at Osiers. Field streams through Ashby once again, though. Here's your leader, though, Thomas Byrne in the 74, Roy Johnson in the 18, and then the 84 is Callum Driscoll, who's got by Robert Parker now to take himself up into third. Through the boot comes that battle. And it looks like James Osso is still in amongst them as well, but Louis Diamond has got by. And Amaya Vajanathan up into 6th place as well. And now looking to have a move there, that is Oliver Greetham alongside the 49 of James Otto. So Otto's dropped down a little bit there, and there's an issue there. That is, who's that? That's Archie Garlick in the 48. There's one of the drivers involved, and somebody else has pulled over to the side as well. That's the 39. So that is, the 39 is Matthew Herbert. So that's Matthew Herbert and Archie Garlick, who had a coming together there in their contention over what I believe would have been 18th place, as there's a track limit warning for Harry Torpey. One of two Torpeys in this field. As there's a look there, was that for the lead there? No, sorry, that's for... that is in the battle for third place. So this is Diamond up the inside of Driscoll there. And behind them, still on the move there, is Oliver Greetham, who I think got by Robert Parker just there. Oh, and there's the 21 skirting wide. That's Christopher Bingham. So we lost a bit of time there. Brilliant battle this. This is all over third place downwards, I think. And it looks to me now like the 91 of Lewis Diamond has got to the head of the field, side by side there between the 81 of Amaya Vajanathan and the 14, which is Archie Forber. So he's had a good lap to get up to there, but he's still jostling for position. Lewis Diamond in third, fourth is Oliver Greetham, Archie Forber in fifth, Tyler Reid in sixth, Amaya Vajanathan in seventh, Callum Driscoll now down to eighth, and Harry Torpey up into ninth, as there's an issue there. That is the 32 of Caelan Burbridge, who's taken to the pit lane there. And Archie Garlick, by the way, after that incident at Christmas, has also had to take to the pit lane. So there's a bit of attrition in this one. As I think I saw Anki Stenning there pulling out to try and put a move in there into Ashby as well. So we see if there's a change of position there. Thomas Byrne still your leader here by 3/10 from Roy Johnson. And Johnson's really the only person challenging him at the moment, because they have a gap of 6 seconds to the fantastic battle we've seen over third place. Oliver Greetham there. Has he got back past? No, he's... yes, he has. He has. So Oliver Greetham up into third place there, ahead of Lewis Diamond. And Anki Stenning did make moves there. He and Joshua Torpey just both got past Robert Parker. Difficult lap for Parker there, down 4 positions. But this is the nature of it. I keep talking about this with kart sprint racing. If you get knocked offline, your pace is compromised. And in this close quarter racing, you're very likely to lose multiple positions. It just upsets your rhythm if someone gets by, and it can allow others to have a go. Here are your lead pair then. Thomas Byrne in the 74, Roy Johnson in the 18. As they come round to complete lap number 6. 3.5 minutes left on the clock then. Is it still Greetham coming through in third? You can see there the gap back to the third place battle. Oliver Greetham, Lewis Diamond, Tyler Reid and Archie Forber, and Harry Torpey has now got to the head of the battle over 7th. He's got past Amaya Vajanathan. Vajanathan with some Formula 3 experience actually. Was in the Japanese Formula 3 last year, and move here for second place. Excuse me, for that's for 4th place even. that is now Tyler Reid ahead of Lewis Diamond. So nice move down there into Ashby. Got a good run through Inkermans. And so Tyler Reid now up to 4th place. New fastest lap of the race, 45.23 by Thomas Byrne. Roy Johnson has received a track limits warning in 2nd place. He's just set a personal best as well. So these top 2 are getting faster. Change of position for 4th place confirmed on your timing tower. Also Joshua Torpey passed Callum Driscoll on that lap for 10th place. As that is the recovery of that we saw earlier. We saw Matthew Herbert and Archie Garlick having a coming together. So that is Matthew Herbert being recovered up at the top of the track as the field streams through. Little look there from the 49 of James Otto on Anki Stenning there, I think, into Ashby, but thought better of it. Cut back to the leaders, Thomas Byrne and Roy Johnson, and it's surely, pending any disasters, it's going to be one of these two. Fastest lap of the race from Roy Johnson, though. Does that give him a run up the hill towards Christmas Corner? Not sure it is. He's a little bit far back, but he just threw down the gauntlet of a 45.15 lap time. That is the fastest lap we've seen from anybody so far. And you can tell as we enter into the last 90 seconds on the clock, 90 seconds plus a lap, you can see he's just ramping up to the end here. You can see the gap that you could see that 3rd place wasn't even in sight in that shot as we looked back up, back from Ozier's. So these two really are out in a little league of their own here at the front. Archie Forber got past Lewis Diamond now, so Diamond falling down a few positions over the last lap. Here is the battle for 3rd place. Oliver Greetham versus Tyler Reid, and then comes Archie Forber, Lewis Diamond, Harry Torpey, Amaya Vajanathan, Joshua Torpey now ahead of Jordan Brown on that lap. Joshua Torpey's picking them off lap by lap. Really good stuff. Here, Anki Stenning past Callum Driscoll as well now, so Driscoll's lost a couple of positions. Thomas Byrne, Roy Johnson, and here is Oliver Greetham. Tyler Reid trying down the inside there, coming out of Ashby, and I think he's got the job done, and immediately the 79 of Oliver Greetham's going to have to go defensive against Tyler Reid, and he's going to have to be careful here because Louis Diamond wants to get involved as well. As they come into the boot, that's the 14 of Forber then passed as well. So Forber past Greetham. Greetham's down 2 positions, and Louis Diamond is looking racy behind him as well. Here he goes into oblivion. He's going to have a run up the hill. Look out here. And Louis Diamond does go to the inside, down the inside, classic overtake. So long as he doesn't go too deep, he's got the job done, but the response is going to be that Greetham's going to try and get the cutback out of Inkermans and try and take him in Ashby. At the front, Thomas Byrne has just opened the gap ever so slightly against Roy Johnson, but we're talking hundredths here of a second. So as they come on to the last lap, as they will do so now, who's going to take the win in this one? And that is the 81 at the side of the road. So that's another driver to have come to a stop. That's Amaya Vajanathan. So that was from quite high up in the order for Vajanathan because he was competing amongst the top 10. So disappointment for Vajanathan. Our leaders, there they are coming out of Ashby. You can see the gap there. That shot showed it really well because we're looking at 3rd place and our leaders now are just coming onto the back straight. The 15 of Benjamin Southgate there pulling to the pit lane. Clearly something wrong with that kart bumping around. You need to look though for, and something more has happened here because that's Vishal Patel who's come to a finish as well. But there is the win as they come by. That's Thomas Byrne taking the win ahead of Roy Johnson, and then taking 3rd place it's going to be Tyler Reid. Look at this sprint to the line between some of them here. Diamond finishing just ahead of Greetham there. So Thomas Byrne wins, Roy Johnson in 2nd, Tyler Reid in 3rd, Archie Forber in 4th, 5th for Louis Diamond in the end. Oliver Greetham, 5th for Louis Diamond in 5th, and 6th for Oliver Greetham. Then it's Harry Torpey and Joshua Torpey in 7th and 8th respectively. Jordan Brown in 9th, 10th for Anki Stenning. Brandon Matchell in 11th, 12th for Nathan Amos. Callum Driscoll in 13th. And it's James Otto, Joseph Ahrens, Christopher Bingham, Mason Weir, Oliver Hemwood, Oliver Meadows and Robert Parker round out your top 20. Then it's Cameron Coombs, Rihanna Reagan in 22nd. And I think all of these people either stopped out on track or had to go to the pit lane. Benjamin Southgate, Vishal Patel, Amaya Vajanathan, Matthew Herbert, Archie Garlick, we saw those two coming together up at Christmas Corner. Caelan Burbridge, Samuel Hawthorne and Lucas Romanek, those latter names being involved in some kind of ruckus between Wilkins and Oziers. Right, goodness me, we are going to move on to our third heats now, as next out on track is going to be X30 Minis and MiniMax. Let's take you through the grid then for your X30 Mini and MiniMax Heat 3. So once again, we've got two classes in this race, so I'll point those out to you as we go through this grid graphic. Thomas Carter starts on pole, Archie Heron alongside. Jaden Gregg and Jack Nettleship are on row 2. Row 3 is Ethan Haig and JJ Russell, who, if memory serves, is going to be looking for a slightly better result in this one because he had some kind of issue in heat number 1, didn't he? I think he had to take to the pit lane. Row 4 is going to be Morgan Hill and George Robinson. Gabriel Stilp, 2 heat wins already today, looking to make it a third, and Aidan Hassan alongside on row 5. Ryan Etchberg and Kira Harris are row 6. Row 7 is Kian Garrity and Leo Brown. Freddie Allen and Henry Gregory are row 8. Row 9 is going to be Jack Hobson and Paddy Simpson. That was your X30 grid, and then towards the back we're going to have our MiniMax class. So we're going to pick this up at row number 10. So when we get to 19th and 20th on the graphic, there we go. Ben Crosley is going to start this one from 19th, but effective pole within his class. Oliver Smith alongside, and then it's going to be Zane Khan and Bobby Rosier to round out your 22 kart field, 4 of which, the latter 4, are MiniMax, the rest are your X30 Minis, as they get ready to go out on track. More support coming in for Gabriel Stilp, unsurprisingly from Oliver Stilp Racing, who raced really well yesterday, it has to be said. Oliver Stilp, really good racing we saw yesterday in our cadet running. And do keep your comments coming in. Still nice weather here. Bit of a breeze across the circuit at the moment, but lovely conditions to be going racing. It is great to be going racing. As I say, there are several precautions being taken in the, or there's many precautions being taken here, so that does mean there's less people on site. So hello to any of you who maybe would perhaps usually be here supporting one of the drivers or several of the drivers competing here today, but maybe are staying away to keep down the number of people. To anyone who's out there doing that, that is very much appreciated, and I hope we're able to bring some of the atmosphere to you here via the live stream as we get ready for X30 Mini and MiniMax to come out for their third heat. This is their last opportunity to get the best grid position ahead of the trophy final. And I've just heard, having said that the outlook was looking more positive early on, we've got a possibility of some rain in about an hour. So that'll be a rain starting, and yeah, that does actually look a lot more ominous, doesn't it, in the skies? So that's, and here is our JMW forecast, one of our new graphics. Shout out to JMW Forecast for providing this. I mean, that all looks pretty good. Rain is listed as not applicable. I don't think. I think rain is applicable. It is a type of weather, definitely in the UK, but it's not applicable at the moment. But I'm being shown something that suggests we might get rain in an hour. Now, the significance of that, of course, is that could be just as we're starting our trophy finals. That could be whilst these drivers who are on track now are going out for their trophy finals. So if that's correct, if that does come to bear, then that could be very, very interesting. Right then. Here we go, and I'm delighted to say that the grid I said to you does match who I'm seeing on pole this time. This is Thomas Carter in the 32 on the driver's left. On the right is Archie Heron. Here we go then, away we go in the X30 Minis. They fan out quite a bit there at the start of the race. Hopefully that was all an acceptable race start to race control, as next up will be MiniMax. So their grid will get going as well as they all go up the hill. But it looks to me like Archie Heron may have got to the head of the field there, actually, just as the X30 Minis are going through the top part of the circuit. We're here, though, with our MiniMax. Ben Crossley leading them away in the 56 with Oliver Smith alongside, and away we go. And yes, there may only be 4 of them, but earlier on there was no shortage of action as we cut back to our X30 Minis going around their first lap. Here is the 59 of Archie Heron, though, who's got to the head of the field, and that's a spin there for Jack Nettleship. And there's someone else who's spun off there as well. That is the 32 of... no, it's not the 32. I'll call them as they come around just to confirm. It was Thomas Carter. So Thomas Carter and Jack Nettleship both involved in an incident down there at the boot. And I think if we could just take a replay of that one. So, was there any contact there? Well, there was a bit of a tag on the... well, it was an unusual one to say that there was anything to blame there. He did sort of just tap himself into a spin there, to be honest, did Jack Nettleship. And then the other incident was completely separate in many ways that led to Thomas Carter spinning into him. Well, they are 3.5 seconds off the back of the field now. As Archie Heron gets taken by Gabriel Stilp. Oh, my goodness me. What a move by Gabriel Stilp. Just came out of nowhere and has got straight to the head of the field. That was a bold move there on Archie Heron. That is a move that you can do in the boot. You can, the sort of textbook move is to get them under braking into the first part of the boot. But what you can also do is, in order not to sacrifice the rest of your line through the boot, in fact, this should show you this replay. So as we go here, Gabriel Stilp, the classic thing would be to go down the inside here, but instead, overspeed there, almost perfect. A little bit of a love tap on the back, but almost perfect, and you just shoot down the inside of the second apex. And the reason why that gap opens up, as that to me looked like Jaden Gregg having a go at Morgan Hill over third place into Osiers, and Jaden Gregg, getting back past Morgan Hill, so I think they'd swapped position at some point on this lap already. So frenetic fight over third place, but the reason the gap opens up in the second part of the boot is because the optimal racing line is to get yourself over to the left-hand side so you can slingshot yourself through the second apex and set up a line. It's a very technical part of the track, is the boot. But you can play that to your advantage, as Stilp just did, and just fire with the overspeed for the second apex. It'll compromise your run out of there, but if you can squeeze the opponent over to the left, then it means that loss of momentum through the latter part of the boot section and paddock won't matter so much. Here is the 34 then of Jaden Gregg, defending third against Morgan Hill. This is back with our MiniMax class. So Bobby Rosier has got to the head of this one, ahead of pole sitter within that class, Ben Crossley. So that was a change on last lap. So this is first place battle within those MiniMax runners, Bobby Rosier and Ben Crossley. And we will see our MiniMaxes in their own trophy final later on. And as I say, whilst that may only be 4 karts out on track, I'm personally looking forward to it, because they're still having some fantastic racing at the moment within that class. Pretty tight at the front of our X30 Minis here. It's Gabriel Stilp in the lead, Archie Heron in second, Jaden Gregg in third. As we cut back to the lead battle in MiniMax. Remember, yellow number-plated drivers on MiniMax, and then white number-plated drivers like Leo Brown here, who's just got past George Robinson over 6th place. They are the X30 Minis who are running there. And this is a move here this is the battle over third place again, and that's Jack Hobson who's arrived on the scene. Sorry, that is him moving up into 4th place ahead of Morgan Hill. So Jack Hobson, who got onto the back of these two courtesy of the fastest lap of the race, a 47.32. He's going well here in that number 14 kart. That is Leo Brown and George Robinson. Kean Garrity's in 8th. Bit of a gap then back to Aidan Hassan and Rylan Etchberg rounding out the top 10 at the moment. Just over 3 minutes to go. Gabriel Stilp leads for the 3rd time today in X30 Minis. Archie Heron second, Jaden Gregg in third, and Jack Hobson now confirmed ahead of Morgan Hill for 4th. Pressure coming to bear here. Oh, that's a challenge over 2nd place. Archie Heron there was in second in the 59, and Jaden Gregg shot for the gap that then disappeared, and that's balked him and allows Archie Hobson to have a go into Ashby. Couldn't rest for a second. He almost caught air then, and he couldn't rest for a second, but Hobson has got through. So a failed attempt there by Jaden Gregg to get up into second place resulted in Jack Hobson getting through for third, and Leo Brown now has got past Jaden Gregg, and he's got to refocus. As there's a challenge here for second, that's Hobson now past Heron. So that has been an amazing lap for Jack Hobson. Jack Hobson now up into second place, ahead of Archie Heron, now confirmed. So Jack Hobson in second, Archie Heron third. Leo Brown got past Jaden Gregg. So difficult for Jaden Gregg. You know, that was a heart-in-the-mouth moment up at Christmas, but he had to immediately get back onto it. As we watch this group still going through, let's watch a replay there. So here it is. You're going to see the 34 of Gregg go down the inside, and I'm not sure I'd describe it as Heron closing the gap, really. Because I think there was enough racing room, but I think the boldness with which Jaden Gregg had got onto the brakes just meant that he needed a little bit more room than he had, and that just led to the contact. And there is the 73 then of Cian Geraghty. Little bit of a loose rear bumper there, I noticed. Just notice how it's slightly skewed. Not sure if that's enough to really concern the stewards, though. It does seem to be on quite securely. Fastest lap of the race then, Leo Brown in the 33, and then this is the 59 of Archie Heron versus the 46 of George Robinson, the 34 of Jaden Gregg, and Morgan Hill's in on this as well. And now look at this, there's a little look there. He was thinking about it, wasn't he, Robinson? George Robinson was thinking about putting the move on Archie Hobson there, but thought, Archie Heron, excuse me, but thought better of it. But now he's going to have a look down the inside of Archie Heron, and he gets the job done. That's the more classic manoeuvre in the boot, but he's got to be careful here, because right alongside there is the 34 of Jaden Gregg, trying to make up for lost ground now, but he goes wide out of it. And is this going to allow Morgan Hill to get involved in the 22? He has a look into oblivion as well. That was a really nice exchange. They've all managed to give each other racing room. But that is Jaden Gregg now up to fifth, excuse me. And in the pits, that was Cian Geraghty, I think, who had to take to the pit lane there. And there's been a change for the lead in MiniMax as well, folks. Ben Crossley now ahead of Bobby Rosier again, so there's been a change there as well within our yellow number-plated MiniMax ranks as well. It's all kicking off here at Whilton Mill. We cut back to Jack Hobson under pressure by Leo Brown here over second place. Leo Brown has had such good pace in the latter part of this race, and he's now challenging for second. Gabriel Stilp, there is Gabriel up the road by 1.7 seconds. Looking fairly secure for the win here. But Jack Hobson under real pressure on this last lap from Leo Brown. He goes defensive. Leo Brown jinks to the outside. He's going to try round the outside. Surely the gap's going to close off for him there. It does indeed. And he's not going to be able to try and get a switch back towards Ashby. It's going to be from far back. He's thinking about it, but just pulls out. And behind them, Jaden Gregg is defending against Archie Heron and Morgan Hill as well. That's over fifth place. Again going defensive is Jack Hobson. Is he going too defensive here? He's going to give Leo Brown surely good drive onto the back straight unless he closes the gap. He does close the gap. Gabriel still just has to go. Oh, there's contact as he tries to get the switch back. Brown tried to almost sell the dummy there, but he had too much overspeed and tagged the back. And it's going to be a close finish for second. Gabriel still wins. Jack Hobson holds on for second. Leo Brown for third. George Robinson for fourth. Jaden Gregg and Morgan Hill both got past Archie Heron on that last. Sorry, Morgan Hill got past Archie Heron for sixth. And then seventh is Aidan Hassan. Henry Gregory in ninth. What about our mini-maxes? They're coming round now. Here is Ben Crossley. He got the lead back off of Bobby Rosier a few laps ago, and I think he's going to hold on for the win in Minimax. That's the 73 of Cian Geraghty, so he was at least able to get back out on track, but it's going to be the win. Ben Crossley by 0.15 of a second over Bobby Rosier. There's Oliver Smith finishing in third, and then Zayn Khan will come round to finish our Minimax runners. My goodness, I tell you what, if we are still splitting them out into their individual trophy finals, I'm looking forward to focusing on those Minimaxes, because I don't think the small number of them takes away at all from what we might be shown later on. But it's a clean sweep for Gabriel Stilp with all three heat wins. So that will be the pole position in the trophy final. We carry on with our third cycle of heats now, though. Next up is Junior Max. Let's take you through the field then for Junior Max. Jack Cooper is going to start this one on pole in the 77. Daniel Chibula will be looking for a better run this time as he had to take to the pit lane. And you know what? Just out of my window, folks, I'm beginning to see some drizzle falling. It wasn't an hour away. It was a quarter of an hour away. Jack Davis and Freya Belk are on row 2. Row 3 is Joshua Burton and Lexi Belk. And it's going to be Tommy Edmonds and Charlie Pritchard on row 4. Row 5 will be Charlie Ellis and Spencer Brown looking for a better run this time. Daniel Beards and Harrison Crook make up row number 6. Row 7 is going to be Jensen Giles and Leo LaCastro. Row 8, Neo Clark, winner from the previous heat, and Kyle Dunford, who had an issue towards the end of the last heat. Jack Brand and Noah Hadley make up row number 9. Row 10, Luke Ringham and Chloe Kunyazik, James Jackson and Miles Dawn make up row 11, and then Jake Howarth rounds out the 23 kart field. Okay, so we have got rain, and you can see it now on the cameras, and this field surely can't have had time to change onto slicks, so this could get very, very interesting here. If you've never driven a go-kart on slicks in the rain, it's a really odd experience at first. The lack of bite into the corners, and you sort of have to use the throttle almost a bit. It can feel like you're drifting. It's almost like using an outboard motor or rowing in the direction you want to go. You know, if you don't use the throttle a bit, then you won't go in the direction that you're steering at all. And then you can have oversteer on the exit. But the rain has to be substantial to dampen the surface for that, and we haven't got that yet. But here we go. Jack Cooper leads them away. Really strong start from Jack Davis there. And was that a false start, in fact? Or have they just taken it very cautiously into oblivion? I would, under the conditions, if I could see the raindrops on my visor, as they come up the hill for the first time towards Christmas Corner and through the top part of the circuit. And it is Jack Davis who's got to the head of the field there. That's such a strong start from him there. And Tommy Edmonds has had an incredible start as well. He's got himself up to second place, so dramatic start there. But taking to the grass there is Davis, and that's going to allow Edmonds through. And this is the lack of grip here. It is starting to affect the grip here for our slick-tired runners. And it's allowed Tommy Edmonds, who's judged the conditions beautifully there, as they all file into the boot for the first time. Joshua Burton there in the 20, in third place, fighting with Jack Davis, who takes it back off of him, having recovered to the circuit back after his incident out of Wilkins. Tommy Edmonds it is to the lead. Great start for him. Jack Cooper in second, Jack Davis in third, fourth for Joshua Burton, Charlie Ellis up to fifth, Daniel Chibula in sixth, and Neo Clark, your winner for the previous heat, up to seventh place, with Harrison Crook following him through the order there. Good first lap for those two as well. But look at Tommy Edmonds go. Has he fitted, I wonder? Has he got wets on? Is that... I can't think that's making a difference to that. Not sure. Really not sure. If someone was looking at the forecast, maybe they did take the gamble, but maybe he's just reading these conditions beautifully. You can see Luke Ringham going to side to side. There's a bit of contact there. That is in the battle over... I think that one is going to be... is that the battle over third place? I think no, the battle over fourth, sorry. Jack Davis is up to... no, it's because dropping down the order... there was a big drop on that lap for Jack Cooper. He dropped 3 places within that battle, so he did not have a good lap there. You can see the rain on the cameras now as they stream through Christmas Corner. No, and there's an issue there coming out of Inkerman's. A big issue there. Several karts involved. 3 or 4 karts there come adrift, and that includes the number 12 there, which is Daniel Chibula. That was around the battle between Jack Cooper, Daniel Chibula, Joshua Burton, Jack Brand. I'll look on timing as they come through to see who was involved there, but multiple drivers involved. We're looking at James Jackson versus the 22 of Jack Brand. So he got by momentarily in this lap, but Jack Brand has now taken it back. So who's dropping down the order? Neo Clark, your heat winner from last time. Jack Cooper, Daniel Chibula, they are dropping down the order. They were involved in that incident. They all just checked up as they were trying to find their various lines through Inkerman's. You wouldn't think much of it, as Luke Ringham there having a battle with Jake Howarth. But the thing is that everyone's thinking of what they're going to do into Ashby, and that changes their approach to Inkermans. And if there's plenty of karts around, if you know those lines cross over, then that's bad news. That is Noah Hadley. In fact, let's see if we can take a replay of this one. So that's Daniel Chabula. Chabula again recovering to the pit lane. It's just not going his way today. And that is the 41 being taken by Jack Brand there. So that was a moment after the issue that we saw. But it's just not going Chabula's way. Here is the replay, I think, then, of what happened at the top of the circuit. So they all fanned out coming out of Christmas, and then it's the battle for fourth place comes in, and there's contact there. That's on the 81. So that is contact on Neo Clark's car by Daniel Chabula. And it would just be as simple a thing as Neo Clark trying to get the switchback, trying to get the optimum run through that kink at Inkermans, which if any of you are familiar with Whilton Mill, you'll note we're running on the international layout. On the national, or also known as Zulu layout, Inkermans is not a little kink in a straight, it's a major hairpin. But we're on the international layout here. So they're all they're all trying to get their best line to set themselves up in the run into Ashby, and it's just all come to blows, unfortunately. Right then, under 3.5 minutes left of this one. Here is your race lead then. Tommy Edmonds and Jack Davis is right on his tail. Further behind them though, Jack Brand under pressure from James Jackson, one of our novice drivers, having a great heat run here in the wet conditions. And here is Jack Davis having a think into Ashby, but thinks better of it. But Tommy Edmonds' gap has really gone down here, and Jack Davis is looking to get back the lead, which he did have, of course, on lap 1. We saw him, and then he lost it at this part of the lap, funny enough, and he's gone down the inside of Ozias and has got the job done. But Tommy Edmonds has got great drive. He's going to come back at him as they come into the boot. Look out as well for the 72 of Harrison Crook. He's looking to capitalise as well. It hasn't paid off for Jack Davis, and they're all bulking up here. They're all holding each other up and closing up, and suddenly, out of nowhere, it's a 6-car battle for the lead. Tommy Edmonds in the lead, Jack Davis, Harrison Crook in the 72, James Jackson up to the 4th place in that black-plated 41 car. Then it's Jack Brand, and behind them now is Leo LeCastro in the 16 car. This is all closing up nicely here. Doesn't look like it's raining anymore out my window, so I think the track is drying up and the pace is coming back into this one. And Spencer Browham in the 65, having a much better time out than he did in Heat 2, is catching up to the back of them as well in 7th place. All closing up here as we get towards the conclusion of this one. This one could be good. Behind them as well, there's a brilliant battle over 8th place, currently being led by Joshua Burton, defending against Jensen Giles, Daniel Beards and Charlie Ellis. No moves this lap, but it's all closing up nicely here. Jack Davis is getting ready for another go at the lead against Tommy Edmonds, as that is the 74, which is a move therefore by, it's all changed, and that's because Lexi Belk and Daniel Beards both with unfortunately they dropped down the order on that lap. I think it might have been the 24 of Charlie Pritchard I saw battling away there in the boot then, as our lead pack come through. And then there is Joshua Burton ahead of Jensen Giles, and then there is the pack of Charlie Pritchard. So it was the 24, beg pardon, not the 74. That's why I couldn't spot that one on the list. But Charlie Pritchard battling away with Charlie Ellis and Luke Ringham on that lap. This one is getting interesting, but it looks to me like Jack Davis has played as sensibly as alongside James Jackson now as Jack Brand. Not the first time they've been battling this race. So Jack Brand back up to 4th place in a nice move there in the boot section. And now Joshua Burton and Jensen Giles are getting reeled in by the Charlie Pritchard pack. Here we go though, Jackson coming back at Brand there. Got very close there at Christmas corner, and behind them Leo LeCastro under pressure from Spencer Browham as well. LeCastro having a little look at James Jackson there, but it wasn't on into Ashby. So close between these four, but they're allowing, in so doing, they're allowing a bit of breathing space for Harrison Crook. And then ahead of him, the top 2 runners of Tommy Edmonds in the lead and Jack Davis. Again, there's a look by Leo LeCastro here on James Jackson. He's going to tuck under as well. That's going to get mighty tight through paddock corner, but LeCastro can't get it done, and that's going to allow Spencer Brown to be right on him up the hill. Surely behind them, though, it's all change as Charlie Pritchard gets past Charlie Ellis, and now Joshua Burton is under pressure from him for 8th place as our lead group comes through. This is the penultimate lap. The camera's making it look slightly damper now than it actually is on the track surface. Here is Leo Lacastro in the 16, putting a bit of pressure there, but he went a bit wide on the exit there of Ashby, it looked to me, and that allowed Spencer Brown to get onto it. It really is corner by corner as to whether you're in a position where you can attack or a position where you've got to think about defending. Back with our leaders, Tommy Edmonds ahead of Jack Davis. Both of these drivers have led the race at some point, albeit Davis, it was only briefly, but can he take it on the last lap? Here we go then, we're going to find out. Issue for Jack Brand. Clearly there's been an issue there. That could be a mechanical, that could have been contact with the people he was battling with. We cut back to the lead though. Here is Jack Davis for the lead on the final lap at Christmas Corner. Can't get it done, but he's going to try and get the switch back through Inkermans and set up an opportunity into Ashby. Does Edmonds go defensive? He doesn't feel the need to, and Davis bides his time. What about into the Wilkins and Osiers complex? Opportunity down into Osiers if he can nail Wilkins, but it's going to be for a long way back here. So Jack Davis, I think, is going to try and get on for his final opportunity, which will be down into the boot, but I think he knows he's too far back. Tommy Edmonds has had a very good middle sector here, and he's going to surely now bring it round the last few corners to bring it home to win heat number 3 in Junior Max. Indeed he does. Tommy Edmonds wins by 0.14 seconds from Jack Davis. Harrison Crook in 3rd. 4th is James Jackson. 5th, Spencer Brown. 6th for Leo De Castro. 7th is Noah Hadley. And it's Charlie Pritchard at their head. In 8th place, Neo Clark. Good recovery from Neo Clark. Remember, he was involved in that incident up at Inkermans. He finishes 9th, just ahead of Charlie Ellis. Luke Ringham in 11th. 12th for Joshua Burton. Then it's Jack Cooper, Daniel Beers, Jensen Giles, who had a lot of battles in that one towards the end. Jake Howarth in 16th. Lexi Belk in 17th. Freya Belk in 18th. 19th for Kyle Dunford. Still not quite going his way through these heats. And then we saw an issue for Jack Brand towards the end there, and Daniel Chabula, the driver who had to take to the pit lane after the issue up at Inkermans. Right, that was heat number 3 for our Junior Max runners. We'll next see them in their trophy final. Up next is X30 Junior Heat 3. Right then, let's have a look at our grid then for X30 Juniors, and another 36 kart grid, very healthy grids for this one. Antonis Sofroniou and Jack Sherwood are going to be on row number 1. Alex Johnston and Benedict Davies, who will be looking to have a slightly better heat than last time, are on row 2. Row 3 will be Sam Shaw and Joshua Patterson. Row 4 is going to be Mackenzie Stevens and Luke Weston. Luke Watts and Lucas Ellingham make up row number 5, and then it's going to be Alex Moody, another driver who I think had to take to the pits in the previous heat, so he'll be looking for a good one, and Christian Brooks on row 6. Row 7 will be Hugo Gilbert and Macy Hitter. Hitter, another driver who had to come to a stop. I think there was a lap 1 incident that led to that. Oscar Joyce and Sam Baker make up row 8. Row 9, Zach Ripley and Harvey Roby. Row 10 to round out your top 20, Jake Yanagasawa and Charlie Field. Daniel Hackett and Thomas Mills will be row 11. Row 12, Mitchell Gibbons and Josh Agambar. Row 13 will be made up of Zaki Hussain and Remy Gilbert. Kian Gohill and Rowan Campbell-Pilling make up row 14. Row 15 is going to be Miles Turnbull and Louis Johnston-Cool. Row 16 is going to be Jude Ferderhoff and Harry Cottrell. Michael Rapsey and Reese Newburn on row 17. Row 18, rounding out your 36 kart grid, is going to be Ellis Borchia and Lorenzo Cordal. There is Mr. Stu Stretton, a absolutely superb motorsport photographer. He's been kind enough to take several pictures of me he's photographed thousands of kart races. I just happen to have been lucky enough to have featured some in some of his shots. He's really good at getting a good motion blur effect on some of them, but he never managed it with me, presumably because I wasn't going nearly fast enough. But no, he does some fantastic motorsport photography. Do check out some of his stuff, and it's great to see him out in, I almost consider it to be his natural habitat, just sat in the outfield of a go-kart track. Yeah. Steve Littlewood saying, well done, Tommy, for the win that he just got in Junior Max. Really good drive there, took the pressure well. So that was really good. So we've got there's a question about track limits coming on YouTube. Now, I just want to make clear that there are certain parts of the lap where the officials are happy. So, for example, yeah, Whilton Mill making a really good point. We're currently reviewing how to make improvements, but there are some general rules that apply. So, coming out of Ashby, for example, that has always been a traditional thing that you can use a lot of the run-off corner at that hairpin, so long as you give racing room towards the end of that concrete runoff, so that people don't drop into. There's a little divot at the end of that concrete that you don't want people dipping into, because it can A, damage their kart, and B, if they really hit that sort of crater-like area, it will launch their kart a little bit towards the end. But yeah, Whilton Mill, though, in general, doing a bit of a review of track limits, quite how they're going to go about doing it, as they've just acknowledged to anyone who's watching the chat on YouTube. But certainly at Ashby Corner, that is the classic one where people, when they first watch it, go, hang on, that's quite wide, but that's okay. It kind of works quite well, I think, the exit of Ashby, because with Ashby, if you go too crazy, you will get penalised, because at the edge of that concrete, you know, that's a really nasty place to drop down a wheel if you go really wide there. So there's you know, it's not like an endless runoff situation there. But so as I say, Ashby as well. You can sometimes get a turn 2 as well. But good to see that Whilton Mill are you know, always looking at how they can improve things. And once again, a bit of a shout out to Whilton Mill Circuit and the Kart Club for getting us racing again. And this one could be interesting. I'm not sure my vocal cords are looking forward to this one, because last time these lot were out on track, it got a little bit frantic, didn't it, with 36 karts out there. Antonis Safroniou in the 77, the gold and black helmet, is going to lead them away then, as it's already a full start. So something not right there. We did, I think, see a driver well off the back of the pack. I wonder if that's the cause of that one. So this one already, you can see the full start flag there, the green flag with the downward yellow chevron. I always think of that as we're going from green flag conditions down to yellow. They don't look like they've heated it in a way, but they've definitely passed several flag points now. So they should all be aware, and actually full start was being shown on the gantry and on the start marshal post almost before they crossed the start-finish line. So they've definitely all got the message now, but I have to say, whenever there's a full start with some of these fields, I do sort of go, they've all seen it, right? They're looking very racy for people who are trying to form up again. But here we go. So Antonis Safroniou in the 77 on pole. Alongside him is Jack Sherwood in the 78, or at least it should be. That looks like it might be Alex Moody. We'll take a look then as they cross the line. Here we go. It is Alex Moody starting from grid second, so not quite sure about that one, but we are in running anyway. Safroniou up the hill with pressure immediately from Alex Moody, and Thomas Mills, it looks like, is up into third place there as they all stream through Christmas Corner for the first time. We've got an issue there for, that looked like the number 36 of Sam Baker, so disappointment for him. He may take a very limited part in this. Alex Moody has got to the front though, Safroniou down to third place. So Alex Moody and Thomas Mills up into first and second, and Thomas Mills is going to go straight for the lead here into the boot. Bold move down the inside and makes it stick. And Alex Moody can't respond. He's got to worry too much about those who are immediately behind him. And there is Sam Baker, unfortunately, out of the race in the 36 kart. No, sorry, yes, indeed. And Ellis Borchia seems to be off the back as well, unless that's a transponder issue. Keep an eye on that one. But Thomas Mills in the lead. And there's a look here down these. Oh, and there's an issue there. That is Antonis Safroniou off. He recovers there, and also was Charlie Field there. Charlie Field was worrying about a move, and something had caused Safroniou to spin. I know, in fact, they came together because they were battling over third, of course. Third and fourth they were at the start of this lap. So incident there for Safroniou and Charlie Field. We'll have to see how far that's dropped them down the order, but it's still Thomas Mills at the front ahead of Alex Moody, and up into third. Is that, I think that might be Macy Hitter. We'll have to see. we cut back to a replay here. So you see Sofroniou there, and there's a look there that is, yeah. So it was just a bit clumsy, really. That looked a little bit like Charlie Field may have just misjudged the braking with Sofroniou right in front of him and tagged the back. So that was unfortunate there. Thomas Mills is in first, Alex Moody in second, Luke Watts in third, Mitchell Gibbons in fourth. And who's that? That's the 78 there. So that's issues there for Jack Sherwood, who considered going out and checking the woods that we have at the top of the circuit here, but thought better of it and returned to the track. Macy Hitter running there with pressure from, I think it was Alex Johnston behind. Luke Watts now up to second place. Macy Hitter had the pressure from Alex Johnston because Sam Shaw had got by. I thought that had changed a little bit. So now it's Luke Watts up into second place, the 37 there, and there is a move by the 21 of, I think that was, oh no, sorry, it's Harvey Reeby, I think, trying to go past Alex Johnston there as they come out of Ashby. And there's been a change for the lead. Excuse me, Luke Watts has got by Thomas Mills, hasn't he? So change for the lead. Luke Watts in the 37, now up to the lead of this race. Look at the skies darkening as well. We've had a little spattering of rain, tiny, barely enough. It just slightly affected the start of our Junior Max Heat 3. But I have to say, it's still looking fairly ominous. New leader of the race confirmed then. Luke Watts to the lead. Thomas Mills in second. Alex Moody still running in third. But is Thomas Mills going to have a go at getting this lead back immediately? Behind them, though, Alex Moody under pressure from Mitchell Gibbons. And Gibbons has got the job done, has he? Yes, he has. Nice move there, and Alex Moody has immediately got to worry about the likes of Zach Ripley and Sam Shaw behind him. But he gets back into the rhythm of things nice and quick. That's good to see. A little breakaway group of 6 here. And then there's Macy Hitter in 7th. Harvey Reeby has just got past Alex Johnston for 8th. And then a look there on Alex Moody by Mitchell Gibbons, and he's got the job done. Nice move there by the, excuse me, we've already seen, that's Zach Ripley getting by now. And Sam Shaw having a go as well on Alex Moody. So tough lap for Alex Moody. Said he got back into the rhythm quickly there as Mitchell Gibbons went by, but later on in the lap he was just able to be unsettled by Zach Ripley, and that allowed Sam Shaw through as well. So Alex Moody with a bit of ground to try and make back up here. Meanwhile, Thomas Mills keeps applying the pressure to Luke Watts at the head of this field. Further down the order, Harvey Reeby, Alex Johnston and Josh Agenbar just managed to get by Macy Hitter. This is what we're talking about, of, you know, drivers just get a bit upset off their line for a bit. They can lose out here. This is Mitchell Gibbons now under pressure from Zach Ripley. Further down the order, Lucas Ellingham, who had such good pace in the earlier heat, is going up the field down the inside there in paddock. Nice move by Zach Ripley to get past Mitchell Gibbons. But Mitchell, can he tuck under and maybe have a run up the hill to get back? Sam Shaw's behind him. He's got to be careful. Zach Ripley taps his head to say, let's work together, mate. Let's not lose time to the likes of Luke Watts and Thomas Mills ahead. And well, he might say that, actually, because if those two start battling towards the end, and Sam Shaw now has a look down the inside of Mitchell Gibbons, and there is Alex Moody back into the scene. He's able to pick off Mitchell Gibbons. So now it's Mitchell Gibbons who drops down the order, gets unsettled offline, and he'll have dropped down now to 6th place as a result. And there's Sam Shaw, frustrated about something, but he's still very much in this race. All to play for here. So Sam Shaw in the 66, this blue and white car in the wheel tracks of Zach Ripley. Can see to confirm now, Mitchell Gibbons going down to 6th place. Lorenzo Cordal has got past Macy Hitter, and that's an issue there. Coming to a stop there is the number 13 of Zaki Hussein, so I'm afraid he's going to fall down your timing orders. I imagine that's him walking back. I'm not sure what happened there. I think he's gone off at turn 1, going into oblivion. Looks like he's gone straight on somehow and ended up on the grass. Down towards Osiers they come. Oh, and a move there. I was wondering, trying to pick out who that was. So that Lucas Ellingham may be rising up through the order. He's been setting such good time, a 45.92, the fastest lap of the race so far. Zach Ripley still under pressure from Sam Shaw here over 3rd place. And I think they are working together a little bit, at least for maybe a lap longer. It was indeed Lucas Ellingham we saw putting a move on Macy Hitter as well. So Lucas Ellingham working his way up through the field here well. And this is the move for third place. Sam Shaw down the inside of Zach Ripley. Had a good run up the hill in the slipstream and managed to duck down the inside there. Note as well that I think Harvey Ribby has got by Mitchell Gibbons for 6th as well. So Gibbons has fallen into the clutches of the pack behind him now. He'll be looking to try and get that place back. As they come around to complete another lap. And who's that off? Is that from quite... That's the 82. So quite similar colours there to Zach Ripley, but the 82 is Christian Brooks, of course. So that's unfortunate for Christian. He's not going to have quite as strong a finish as the last race. Luke Watts still in the lead of this one, and Thomas Mills keeping him very honest, and we're getting to the point where potentially you would start to see the gloves coming off with regards to these fights towards the end. Here are your leaders. It's a bit of a gap that Luke Watts has in hand, but I think with the way the clock's ticking down, they're going to get 2 more laps of this. There's Sam Shaw ahead of Zach Ripley. And then behind them, Alex Moody still defending against Harvey Reby, but Reby has a run on him into oblivion, and he's got the job done. Lovely stuff there, as that looks like a wheel being recovered there from one of the karts by one of our marshals. And there's an issue there, and certainly a moment, heart in the mouth moment at the very least, for Daniel Hackett, who's just dropped down 5 places. There is the missing wheel from Zaki Hussein's kart. So that's what happened to him there. Presumably the wheel came off and he just spun off at turn 1, which is, I mean, I don't want to lose a wheel at any point, but that's quite a scary place to lose it, as there's a moment there between the 15 of Kieran Gohill and Mackenzie Stevens, who were battling over 25th place. They both lived to fight another day. But I think Miles Turnbull is going to try and capitalise on that. Oh, action shot into Osiers there. We've got there is a gradient there, but it's not quite that steep. As Luke Watts is now on the last lap. Last tour of the circuit, and I think he has enough in hand over Thomas Mills at the moment. Sam Shaw as well has pulled out a bit of a gap to Zach Ripley, so I think our top 4 might be decided here. Here they are, good pick up on cams. Here's Luke Watts. Quick look over the shoulder. If you can believe it, it does feel like it's been a mildly calmer heat than Heat 2, but it's not been short of action nevertheless. Luke Watts is going to come round to take the win in Heat number 3, bagging those 36 points. Thomas Mills comes through, and look at this. Lucas Ellingham making last-minute moves. That is on Josh Agenbar, and Jude Fernerhoff followed through as well there. Great little last battle there. So Luke Watts wins, Thomas Mills in 2nd, Sam Shaw 3rd, Zach Ripley in 4th, 5th for Harvey Reby. Alex Moody in 6th, making up with some points for the early heat where he had to recover to the pit lane. Mitchell Gibbons in 7th. We're going to see a bit of the finish here between Lucas Ellingham and Jude Fernerhoff getting through on Josh Agenbar. So there's the win for Watts, and then we're going to cut back here, and that is Ellingham going down the inside of the 18 of Josh Agenbar. Agenbar is going to be put out wide by that, and Jude Fernerhoff, great opportunism. You can see a little bump of the steering wheel from Agenbar there, frustrated at how it went down, but I can understand that, but at least it didn't all come to tears. He did still bag some points there, so hopefully he'll be able to make up for that in the trophy final. Well done to Luke Watts, though. Good win there in the X30 Juniors. Next up is going to be the last of our senior heats in X30 Senior. Right then, we're on to our final of the heats already then. Lucas Romanek will take this one away from Paul Anki Stenning in 2nd. Oliver Meadows and Tyler Reid make up a row number 2. Vishal Patel, who will be hoping for a better one this time out, because you may remember he was stationary by the finish line towards the very end of the last one. And Rihanna Reagan make up row number 3. Row 4 is going to be Mason Weir and Oliver Greetham. Brandon Matchell and Cameron Coombs on row 5. Row 6 is going to be Sam Hawthorne and Archie Forber. Row 7 then we'll see Caleb Burbridge ahead of Jordan Brown, Joseph Ahrens and Louis Diamond on row 8. Row 9, Oliver Henwood and Amaya Vaidyanathan. Row 10 is going to be Archie Garlick. He'll be hoping for a better one this time. Starts 19th with Callum Driscoll alongside of Matthew Herbert, the other driver involved in that issue up at, it was up at the top of the circuit, wasn't it, coming out of Christmas. And Christopher Bingham make up row number 11. Row 12 is Benjamin Southgate and Ryan Margolis. Nathan Amos and James Otto then make up row 13. Row 14 is Joshua Torpey and Roy Johnson. Harry Torpey and Robert Parker on row 15 round out your 30 kart grid. And there is, was it Zaki Hussein who had the issue there, being recovered there. That's what we're waiting for at the moment. Disappointing for him. Doing a bit of a Haas Melbourne 2019, 2018, or more of a Raikkonen. Actually, Raikkonen had that problem, didn't he? Back in Austria a couple of weeks back. The wheel, I think, coming astray there. Ty Racing 88 says on YouTube, never been to Whilton, but I want to go as soon as possible. It's a 2-hour drive. That's why it's more preferable as a race weekend. It is a great circuit. I love racing around here. I love commentating on racing around here because it gives you those opportunities for a good. Darren, the director, has just come into my ear to say he's never raced around here. Dude, you got to get out there. Let's get you. I mean, you're doing a great job right now, so you know, stay put for now. But yeah, it's you should know the track. You should. You really should, mate. Calling the shots. So yeah. It's a great circuit with the fast first sector, with the overtaking opportunity up into Christmas Corner. Then you've got another overtaking opportunity into Ashby, but very different in nature because Christmas Corner, sometimes the cameras don't do justice. We're on the sort of edge of the side of a slope here, so there is a general gradient to the circuit. And Christmas has uphill braking, so you can be very late on the brakes there. And then Ashby is downhill, so you have to be it's just a slightly different feel to that corner. And then you go through Wilkins, really got to commit to that left-hand corner there, high-speed corner, to set you up into Osiers. There is an overtaking opportunity into Osiers. It's downhill braking. I am always so impressed by how easy some of these drivers make Osiers overtakes look. I can attest to the fact it's not. I don't think it's as easy as it looks at all. It's going to be very difficult for an overtake into that corner. I often find. Good friend of mine and BUKC host Jacob Harris. I rather well known. Oh, someone does a nice pirouette coming out the pit lane. We'll not name and shame. We'll spare them that. I managed to take him out of a race, one of the few times in BUKC, British University's Karting Championship, that I took somebody out of a race like that, completely misjudging a move in Osiers. So I'm afraid we might have to name and shame this drive because they've driven straight back in. It's Vishal Patel, and that's disappointing for him. Now, he had an issue towards the end of the previous heat, and I wonder if he did kind of immediately come out onto track and then go into a spin. I wonder if maybe something that was wrong with that kart maybe hasn't been fixed. Is possible. But yeah, Osiers overtakes. Partly me screwing that up was down to me being not nearly as competent as the drivers that you're seeing here today. But also, it is difficult to judge the downhill braking. But the natural racing line has a wide entry, so the gap is there. And then the technical part, just to finish that, the technical nature of the boot, having to string those apexes together to get the optimal line through all of them. You don't want to get too greedy on the first one and the second one. Anyway, let's go racing. Heat number 3 in X30 Seniors. Lucas Romanek with a good start there from pole. I think he's going to hold on to this through the crook as they head up the hill for the first time. And it looks like, and they're very, very strong on the brakes there. Oliver Meadows has got himself up into second ahead of Anki Stenning. So change there, and we've got an issue towards the back. The 82 has come to a stop. That's Jordan Brown. So he's got some ground to make up now as they're all breaking down into Ashby. And then they'll throw the car into Wilkins. Why didn't I talk through the lap when they were actually on circuit? That would have made it easier as Anki Stenning goes defensive and on the attack simultaneously there. And I think there was a move there on Oliver Meadows. But Meadows has held on to it. As look at this, so much jostling for position there. The 46 of Mason Weir and Tyler Reed almost coming together there as they went into the boot side by side. This isn't a sped-up formation lap, I promise you. Lucas Romanek in the lead. Anki Stenning up to second. Mason Weir in third. Fourth for Sam Hawthorne. Oliver Meadows, who at one point was up into second there, down to fifth already. Look at this. Going defensive is Mason Weir against the 65 of Samuel Hawthorne. And then there behind them, that is Tyler Reid getting past Oliver Meadows. It's all kicking off early stages here in the seniors. Look at it, they all go defensive and on the attack, but the 46 of Mason Weir is out wide and onto the grass. That sacrifices third place to Samuel Hawthorne. It's really frenetic stuff here at the start of third heat. You have all got to keep your car in working order for the finals, folks. Just a reminder, as Lucas Romanek is getting a right steal on the field at the front here, is over a second to the good as I'm eyeballing that gap there. I think that's going to be confirmed as they come across the line. Anki Stenning in second place. No, it's under a second. Anki Stenning is pulling it back, a fastest lap of the race. 46.24. Sam Hawthorne in third place. Tyler Reid in fourth. Brandon Matchell now up to fifth in the 28 Kart. So look out for him. And then there is the 79 of Oliver Greetham. There is a move by the 14 of Archie Forber. I think that might have been on Rihanna Reagan as they all filter through into the middle part of the lap. The 43 of Reagan going back on the attack, I think, to try and reclaim the position. No, that's with Louis Diamond. That she's competing there, and then the 32 of Caelan Burbridge getting involved as well. That looked to me like Joshua Torpey going for a move as they went into Osiers as well, potentially on Oliver Henwood. So it's all kicking off here. This is the 43 of Rihanna Reagan still in the wars here and riding up slightly on the back of Louis Diamond's kart through, and that's going to allow Joshua Torpey, who's had an amazing lap there, to get up into 12th place, getting past several drivers. But difficult lap for Rihanna Reagan. Amaya Vajanathan getting by as well. So here we go. That's the 32 of Caelan Burbridge having a go at Rihanna Reagan. And then Louis Diamond sees the opportunity, and then she's just going to ride up slightly. Oh, the bumper just gets caught by the slightly exposed wheel. You get this slightly. The X30 Kart's wheels are just a little bit exposed, and sometimes you can get that kind of contact. No malice in it, but it was a bold move from Louis Diamond. He saw the gap round the outside, as you do, and went for it. But he is quite the racer, and that was quite a move. But yeah, Rihanna just perhaps a little bit squeezed there. She is still running, so she can make this back up. Joshua Torpey now by Louis Diamond on that lap as well. So Joshua Torpey really moving up through the order here. Track limit warning given for third place Sam Hawthorne. There is the 13 going defensive now. I'm just trying to look at who that's going to be. Still trying to confirm who that is in a moment. Lucas Romanek still leading, and there is Rihanna Reagan still battling away, this time with Harry Torpey. So Harry Torpey down the inside of Osiers as well. Rihanna just struggling to get on with the get onto the rhythm at the moment. This is what I've talked about several times this weekend, about how your rhythm can be upset by one move that just gets you, a little offline, and suddenly two people have got by you, and then it's three as there's a change for the lead at the front. Anki Stenning has got the move done on Lucas Romanek there, so change for the lead from Anki Stenning has been eating into Lucas's lead over the last few laps. Fastest lap of the race though last time around from Samuel Hawthorne, so he's coming onto the back of this, and he's bringing Tyler Reid along to the party as well, as Oliver Greetham, I think, looked like he was going down a position there. But here's Anki Stenning leading them through. This will be a confirmed change for the lead. And it's the 74 that's got ahead of Oliver Greetham. And that is... who's in the 74? We'll have a look there. We've got a... This is the timing glitch. So there's a driver in the 74, but we're unidentified as we're looking here at the battle. This is over second place. This is Samuel Hawthorne, and oh, that was as tight as you like through Ashby. The past Lucas Romanek. Now Romanek's going to get taken by Tyler Reid as well, and Tyler Reid takes Romanek. So Lucas Romanek has gone from first down to fourth in a couple of laps. Will he be able to claw some of that back? He's now got to focus again, refocus, get back on the line, and see if he can create an opportunity for himself, as Brandon Matchell in fifth place comes under pressure from the number 74 driver. And we're back here with Rihanna Reagan in the 43 under pressure from Jordan Brown, who's recovering a little bit, if you remember. Jordan Brown, I seem to recall, had an incident towards the start of this heat. Now jumping to Louis Diamond there in the 91, defending against... he's got by Caelan Burbridge then in the first part of this lap. So he's not defending, he's just attacked Caelan Burbridge. So he's now up into 11th place, is Louis Diamond. Here we are back at the front because Anki Stenning is coming under pressure from Sam Hawthorne. Coming on to lap number 9 then. The top 4 a breakaway of Stenning, Hawthorne, Reid and Romanek. And then we have a battle over 5th place there. Generating as well, Brandon Matchell in that group, Ollie Greetham as well is in that battle. And this for the lead of the race though, this is Hawthorne down the inside of Stenning. We saw him make a nice move in Ashby last time he put a move on Romanek, and he made another one there, and Anki Stenning is immediately under pressure from Tyler Reid, but manages to fend that one off. Good job by Anki Stenning for not dropping down further positions there, but beautiful move by Sam Hawthorne to get himself up into the lead of this one with just over a minute left on the clock. Coming round to start lap number 10. And there is a move as well on Anki now. Tyler Reid goes down the inside into oblivion. Beautiful move, just had great drive out of the paddock and has got the move done. And Anki Stenning is now battling with the driver who he previously had battled for the lead of the race with, that being Lucas Romanek. I don't think they've got time to have a chin wag. Oh, did you used to lead this race too, huh? Okay. They've got to work together here to try and get back onto terms with Samuel Hawthorne and Tyler Reid ahead of them. Little look over the shoulder there from Tyler Reid. He knows that Anki Stenning is going to want to try and get back at him. And they're just dropping back a little bit from Sam Hawthorne. So the second down through 4th, no, they've got to work together, as that's a dramatic moment for Christopher Bingham as he goes to driver's right coming out of Wilkins, but manages to recover back onto the track. Got to be careful running wide out of Wilkins. This is Rhianna Regan battling away. That is with Callum Driscoll. Now that's over 20th place because Joseph Ahrens has just got past her into 19th. The 91 of Louis Diamond battling away as well. That is with the 88 of Oliver Meadows. And he's trying any which way to get by as Louis Diamond. He'll try and get the switch back into Osiers, but Meadows is wise to it in his defence of 10th place. Caelan Burbridge on the scene as well to capitalise on that. But this will be round to start the final lap as we've got Samuel Hawthorne in the 65, Tyler Reid in second, and there's an incident there that's brought to a stop. That's Cameron Coombs in the 89 has come to a stop at Ashby as a marshal there goes to aid them, but they're going to have to keep... He looks over his shoulder, and well he might, because the leaders are coming through here. Nothing on there in the battle amongst the top 4. Anki Stenning looks the closest out of any of them, trying to put a move on Tyler Reid, but there's a look over the shoulder from Samuel Hawthorne, but I don't think he has to worry. He has enough in hand. He just has to guide it round the boot now. Boot Apex 2, boot Apex 3 you can largely leave out. And then through the final corner at paddock, Sam Hawthorne takes the win ahead of Tyler Reid, Anki Stenning and Lucas Romanek. Thomas Byrne finishes in 5th. He was getting quite close towards the end there, was Thomas. He had a great run up through the order. Oliver Greetham in 6th, 7th for Brandon Matchell, 8th for Archie Forber, Joshua Torpey in 9th, 10th for Louis Diamond, battling hard there with Oliver Meadows, who finished 11th, Caelan Burbridge in 12th, Harry Torpey in 13th, Amaya Vijanathan in 14th, 15th for Matthew Herbert, Roy Johnson, Oliver Hemwood, Jordan Brown, Joseph Ahrens and Callum Driscoll round out your top 20. Then it was Rhianna Regan in 21st, James Otto in 22nd, Christopher Bingham in 23rd, Benjamin Southgate finished in 24th, Robert Parker in 25th. We saw issues for Cameron Coombs, Mason Weir and Archie Garlick. Folks, don't go anywhere, because here at Whilton Mill we are about to head into the first of our trophy finals. We're going to kick things off for that with our trophy final in X30 Mini. Okay, then let's talk you through our X30 mini grid. This is a class that recently has featured in MiniMax. Sorry, has been on track alongside MiniMax, but we're going to split them out for their individual finals. So just to be clear, whilst it does say X30 Mini / MiniMax final at the top, it is just the X30 Minis who are out on track at the moment. Gabriel Stilp, full house, 3 heat wins. Got to be the favourite to take the win here, but there are a fair few other drivers, 17 drivers to be precise, who would like to deny that. Jack Hobson starting alongside. Leo Brown and Aidan Hassan are on row 2. Row 3 is going to be George Robinson and Rylan Etchberg. Row 4 sees Henry Gregory start ahead of Freddie Allen, and Archie Heron and Cian Geraghty starting on the 5th row. I think those are both drivers who could be interesting to watch in this one, because I think, if memory serves, they've both had woes in the heats, which may have misrepresented what their pace is capable of. So they could be ones to watch. They're not the only ones, but they do stand out to me on this screen. Jack Nettleship and Jaden Gregg are on row number 6. Row 7 is going to be Thomas Carter and Morgan Hill, tied for points there, so they could be interesting. Thomas getting that only by virtue of finishing higher up in one of the heats. Ethan Haig and Kira Harris are on row 8, and then row 9 to round out your 18 karts in this X30 mini final. Hadley Simpson and JJ Russell. On cue, there they go, out on 2 tracks. So 18 karts going out now. But as I say, it's been a clean run for Gabriel Stilp. So you've got to imagine, if you were putting money on it, that's who you would back. Do keep your comments coming in. Coming into the trophy finals now, folks. So 60 points on offer for the win, 57, I believe, for second place, 55 for third, and then it works down from there. Here we go then. Formed up into grid formation. Gabriel Stilp is surely, as I say, a favourite, but Jack Hobson alongside has had a really good run of racing today. Leo Brown and Aidan Hassan, your second row. Let's go racing for our trophy final. There's an immediate covering there for Leo Brown. He moved immediately to the right to cover off Jack Hobson, it looked to me, but Jack Hobson was able to hold him off. But Leo Brown now applying real pressure, and Jack Hobson's tapping his helmet already to say, no, Leo, let's work together, mate. Otherwise, Gabriel's going to get on up the road here as they come through the top part of the circuit for the first time, down into Ashby Corner for our X30 Minis. Looks like a clean start, which is always good to see. Aidan Hassan there with a pressure from, who's that putting the pressure on and getting by indeed. I'll double check that one as they come onto the back straight. The 46 of George Robinson in 4th place at the moment, behind the Leo Brown Jack Hobson battle. And there's a little breakaway of this group of 4 as they come round to finish this. It was Rylan Etchberg who got past Aidan Hassan. I thought it might have been as they come onto the new lap. Gabriel Stilp in the lead already with a 1/4 of a second gap, but you can tell here that 2nd through 4th are going to work together here to try and get onto terms with Gabriel. They know what's up. They've seen the heats. They've seen how strong Gabriel is today. And I think this effort amongst them to say, you can see it with Jack Hobson. It's been a long time since I've seen a driver tapping their helmet to say, let's work together so early on in a race. Literally on lap 1 on the run up to Christmas saying, no, let's not fight. Let's work together. Otherwise, we've got a problem here. Just goes to show how strongly Stilp has raced through those heats. Cian Geraghty up to 8th place, past Freddie Allen. One of the drivers I said maybe want to watch. Maybe the pace hasn't been reflected, or the results haven't reflected the pace across the heat. So he's got by Freddie Allen there for 8th place. That's the only change on that last lap. Battle over 5th place behind them, isn't it? Rylan Etchberg, Henry Gregory and Aidan Hassan nose to tail in that battle for 5th down through 7th. They'll also be trying to work together as much as they can to get onto the back of this top 4 so that they've got as much of a chance. Leo Brown is looking so racy there, but they have all managed to do it, haven't they? They've all managed to keep on terms with Gabriel Stilp here, and this is the biggest challenge we've seen so far today to Gabriel. As they come through onto lap number 4, Aidan Hassan got back past Henry Gregory in that pack of 3, battling over 5th place. And look at the pressure being applied here by Jack Hobson on Gabriel Stilp. Lovely shot. Almost looked like he was bump drafting Gabriel up the hill there. They're so close. Good battle as well. Cian Geraghty, Freddie Allen, Archie Heron. You can just see it in the back of shots when we're seeing them come through here. You've got this pack of 4 at the front. Then you've got the pack of Etchberg, Hassan and Gregory, and they're actually falling back into the clutches of Cian Geraghty, or it might be more accurate to say that Cian Geraghty is leading the likes of himself, Freddie Allen, Archie Heron, up onto the back of them. As here's Hassan trying to get back at Rylan Etchberg, trying to get back a place that was taken off of Aidan early on in proceedings here. Gabriel Stilp still under pressure from Jack Hobson. Quick look over the shoulder here. Oh, and that's a moment there. The 73 has gone off. That's Cian Geraghty. Oh, dearie me, that's more disappointment for Geraghty today. Has not been his best outing, I'm sorry to say. Not entirely necessarily for issues of his own making, but he is off to the side of the road. Seems to have got underway again, but we'll have to see if he ends up having to pull over into the pit lane as a result of that. Jack Hobson, I have to say, has come into this trophy farm with exactly the right sense of intent. He's not the only one. I mean, Leo Brown was pretty racy off the line, but Stilp here having the most pressure that he's had all day. Quick look over the shoulder again. Jack Hobson really strong up that straight. You can see him just inching closer. Love that shot as they're going up the hill. As they come through, Ryan Etchberg now with a bit of an advantage over Aidan Hassan. Henry Gregory now putting more pressure, if anything, on Hassan for 6th place. And Freddie Allen has got to the head of the field behind after whatever it was that happened to Cian Geraghty, but he was going side by side with Nettleship. Or was it? Yeah, I think Jack Nettleship or Archie Heron was challenging him there into Osiers. So great battling throughout the field as we come round to start a new lap. Gabriel Stilp in the lead, Jack Hobson behind. Leo Brown and George Robinson are your top 4, close together here. Look over the shoulder from Jack Hobson, gaining again on Gabriel Stilp, but that's straight. If that straight was any longer, and here we go, Hassan having pressure from Henry Gregory. Henry Gregory tried down the inside there on Aidan Hassan for 6th place. We just stay with him. Yes, he did get that place there, so change of position there for 6th place. Henry Gregory, and then there is the 59 of Archie Heron leading the pack of Freddie Allen, Jaden Gregg, Jack Nettleship, Morgan Hill. All part of that train. Thomas Carter as well battling away with Morgan Hill. Great battling throughout the field. So much pressure being brought to bear on Gabriel Stilp here, absorbing the pressure brilliantly. Jack Hobson stays within the wheel tracks. Still plenty of time to go in this final. He's just biding his time. Confirmation of the change of position for 1st place. And Freddie Allen managed to get by Archie Heron over 8th place towards the latter part of that lap. It was definitely still Archie Heron in the lead of them when they got to Ashby. You saw that last lap, but clearly later on in the lap, perhaps into Osiers or the boot, Freddie Allen got by. Top 2 now dropping just a little bit of breathing space between Jack Hobson and Leo Brown. Not such that Leo Brown and George Robinson wouldn't immediately be on the scene if they started to battle. But Hobson playing a good strategic race so far. He's not going all guns blazing here. He's pacing himself. And if you can keep it like this towards the end of the race is when I imagine he'll be looking to strike. Into Christmas corner again for our top 4. They have dropped Rylan Etchberg by a bit more. It's 2.5 seconds the gap back to Rylan Etchberg versus Henry Gregory's getting a little bit closer actually to Rylan Etchberg. So haven't got past Aidan Hassan. Henry Gregory putting in some good speed there. So look out for that. The battle over 5th place in the back of shot. Actually no, he's dropped back into the clutches of Aidan Hassan a little bit there as they just come through that time. And then there is the battle group of Freddie Allen, Archie Heron, Jaden Gregg and Jack Nettleship. There is, that was the 34 of Jaden Gregg, you can just see battling away there. So there is Freddie Allen, Archie Heron, and then Jaden Gregg leading Jack Nettleship, Morgan Hill and Thomas Carter. They've all closed up now. And then there's a slight gap back there to Cian Geraghty on a bit of a recovery drive. He has got past Kira Harris on that last lap. So great battling throughout the entire field here. Loving this trophy final in our X30 Minis. This, the 34 of Jaden Gregg, defending against Jack Nettleship. As I say, Morgan Hill and Thomas Carter have gotten to the back of them there, and there's Cian Geraghty trying to catch up back with our leaders. And as they were in terms of Jack Hobson putting so much pressure there, but Leo Brown now shows a bit of his hand. 47.37, fastest lap of the race, trying to close the gap onto the top two. So the pressure in that pressure cooker just getting turned up that little bit more. The screws tightened a bit more as we head towards the latter part of this race. Look at this though, the 57 of Jack Nettleship with a run on Jaden Gregg up the hill. Beautiful move, loved that as he inched closer, but Nettleship's going to try and get it back as he knows he hasn't got the momentum, and he's got to be careful because Morgan Hill is right with him as well. Morgan Hill tries down the inside of Ashby but has to back out of it as the door gets closed on him robustly there by Jack Nettleship. Brilliant battling here. This is all over 10th place, 10th, 11th, 12th part, and then all that battling is going to allow that man there, Cian Geraghty, to catch on to the back of them, I think. So brilliant battling this throughout the field. There then is the 57 of Jack Nettleship, now ahead of the 34 of Jaden Gregg, with Morgan Hill applying pressure to the 32 of Thomas Carter as well, and that white car able to pick up any of the spoils. Back with our leaders, Gabriel Stilp coming through Inkermans. Jack Hobson still applying this pressure, but you can see how Leo Brown is, and here goes Hobson, he's going for it into Wilkins. He's been waiting all race long, but Leo Brown, what an opportunist move. Brilliant stuff, still gets taken by Robinson as well. Oh my goodness me, Leo Brown just took the tight exit out of Wilkins and took two karts as they were, you know, Jack Hobson had been waiting for so long, I have to say. I suppose that was a part of the lap, maybe he felt particularly strong, but as places to go for a move go, that is a bold one to have gone for. Here we go. Out of Ashby, here's the replay then. Hobson just felt he had the speed out of Ashby, still wouldn't have been expecting it, had looked over the wrong shoulder in many respects, and he goes for it, but they both take each other out wide, and Leo Brown just goes, thank you very much, I will take that one. And George Robinson gets in on the act as well and takes Gabriel Stilp. That was amazing stuff there amongst our front runners, and it's not all over yet. I have to say, Hobson, given how long he'd been biding his time, as Kira Harris has to take to the pit lane, unfortunately, I think that's the end of the race for her. But just as, you know, I'm surprised in a way that Hobson went for that part of the lap and for that point in the race. In a way, I mean, obviously he may have felt, as I say, a bit stronger in that part of the lap as he's now under serious pressure from George Robinson over second place. But, you know, considering he'd been biding his time, he took the gloves off. I always like to say that taking the gloves off as you stop working together to build a gap and really start battling. He went for it early in many respects, but clearly he felt he had the option there, and of course he couldn't just sort of slack around with it, because if he could have been caught napping by Leo Brown if he hadn't gone for that move, for all I know. So, but as it happened, Leo Brown got it anyway. There's yellow flags out here. I think I did see a stationary car on one of the wide shots at that part of the lap. There is somebody who's got off there, and I think it's Jaden Gregg. It is Jaden Gregg, so he's dropped down from his battle in the top 10. So disappointment for Jaden Gregg in the number 34. Here we go then, folks. We've still got a couple more laps at least of this one to go. If not, yeah, there's at least a couple there. Jaden Gregg. Heart goes out to him. He was running really strongly there. Leo Brown then under pressure from Jack Hobson. Jack Hobson again pressuring the leader of this trophy final, but this time it's not Gabriel Stilp. It is Leo Brown. You may have looked down the finishing orders of the heats and gone, oh, it's Stilp's to win. It's Stilp's to win, and Stilp is very much in this one. But you would have made a mistake to just go, it's a foregone conclusion. And there goes Jack Hobson down the inside of Oziers. That's a slightly more classic place to go for the move, and he made it paid off. Leo Brown has to immediately be wise to George Robinson, and Robinson goes for it down the inside into the boot, and he tags the back of Hobson though, and that's going to balk Brown, and that's going to allow Gabriel Stilp to get both of them into the paddock corner. Look out for Leo Brown coming back though at Robinson. This is brilliant stuff in the closing stages. We've still got 2 laps to go. This is the penultimate lap. And it's at the moment Jack Hobson leading them up the hill. Gabriel Stilp has got himself right back into the running here, into second place. Leo Brown still there, and George Robinson in the number 46 as well. This is fantastic stuff from our X30 Minis. As they come through Ashby Corner, Jack Hobson has just a tiny amount of breathing space, but Gabriel Stilt now, the winner of all 3 heats, has got himself back into it. Behind them, Rylan Etchberg starting to defend against Henry Gregory as well, over 5th place. King Geraghty's just got past Archie Heron in his recovery drive. This is fantastic stuff in our X30 Minis final as they come round to start what will be the final lap. It is Jack Hobson in the 14, Gabriel Stilp in the 10, Leo Brown with the green helmet in the 33, and George Robinson in the 46. Is that how it's going to finish, though, as they go up the straight? We know that Jack Hobson has been strong on this straight, and I don't think he goes super defensive into Christmas. Is that going to give Gabriel Stilp the momentum? Look out for Leo Brown. He's been such the opportunist in this, judged some brilliant stuff, brilliant overtakes. He's going to have a go at Stilp into Ashby, backs out of it. Stilp is going to take a wider exit. Jack Hobson goes defensive into Wilkins. Robinson down the inside of Leo Brown now as they head down into Oziers. He's so defensive is Hobson. Gabriel Stilp is going to get boxed in if he's not careful. Looking over the shoulder. Super defensive from Jack Hobson again. Is Stilp going to have an opportunity in the latter part? They all check up. Robinson in 3rd, who took Brown at Wilkins. I don't think there's going to be an opportunity. Grandstand finish here as Hobson takes it ahead of Gabriel Stilp, George Robinson and Leo Brown, the top 4 separated by less than half a second. Rylan Etchberg holds off Henry Gregory for 5th, 7th place for Aidan Hassan ahead of Jack Nettleship, Freddie Allen in 9th, Morgan Hill in 10th, 11th place for Thomas Carter, then it's Kean Geraghty in 12th place, Archie Heron in 13th, Hadley Simpson in 14th, Jaden Gregg we saw retired from the race in the middle sector, Kira Harris had to take to the pit lane, and Ethan Haig also had issues. What a trophy final from our X30 Minis, getting our trophy finals off to an amazing start. Amazing stuff from all top 4 drivers, but in the end it is Jack Hobson who takes the win. Fantastic stuff there. Oh my goodness, I'm going to go and catch my breath as we go into our trophy final for MiniMax. Hello and welcome back to Whilton Mill, where we're in the midst of a series of very calm trophy finals here, where absolutely nothing frantic is happening whatsoever. In other things that aren't true, the forecast shows wall-to-wall sunshine throughout. No, it does technically say there's a chance of rain, according to our graphic there on our JMW forecast. So I'm not quite sure where the weather station that powers this is. It's not raining right now, but that is a factor that could come into play. We're going to go into our MiniMax final, which has the following grid. It's got Oliver Smith starting on pole ahead of Zane Khan, and then Bobby Rosier and Ben Crossley. That's the order I believe they're going to start this one in. You may be going, Howard, that's only 4 karts. Mate, what's going on here? Don't be fooled. Do not be fooled. We've seen some fantastic battling in this class already today. And I'm really glad that we're actually, I mean, I think, hopefully you'll agree, we did a decent job of covering the 2 classes that were on track earlier. But now we can really focus on these MiniMax drivers, which I think is great to see. If you're enjoying what you are seeing here today on Alpha Live and you're not subscribed, please do give them a subscribe. I hear that the count has gone up to 9,826 subscribers, which is fantastic news. Please keep those coming in if you're enjoying what you're seeing. And give them a like on Facebook and a follow on Twitter. And if you're on Instagram as well, they're on there. If you're on Twitch as well, if you're on Twitch, follow Alpha Live on Twitch. If that's the platform of your preference, then go for it. Hello to anyone who's out there on Twitch. It's great for us to be out on that platform as well. And hello to everybody on the various Facebook pages that we are going out on. If you like what you're hearing from a commentating perspective as well, Double Dash Motorsport Media. Check us out on Facebook. Check us out on Twitter at Double Dash MM. I certainly enjoyed the last race there. That got pretty frantic towards the end. But here we are ready to get going with our MiniMax class. And it's Ben Crossley actually who's going to take them on pole, so the grid in a slightly different order as I said it. So it's Ben Crossley from Bobby Rosier on the front row, and then it's Oliver Smith and Zane Khan as they go into our trophy final for MiniMax. Ben Crossley with a good start, but already a challenge here from Bobby Rosier, and we've seen this all day. Rosier's going to have the inside line for Christmas Corner and take first place off of Ben Crossley there. Ben Crossley, though, staying in the wheel tracks of Rosier as they come through the top part of the lap into Ashby Corner. Oliver Smith and Zane Khan staying with them for now. Hopefully that convinced you. This is not going to be short of action, even if the field may be the smallest that we've seen this weekend. Coming through the boot. It's a good start, though, for Bobby Rosier, and he's got a little bit of a gap on Ben Crossley in the early phases at the end of lap 1. Up into Christmas Corner then goes Rosier. Ben Crossley keeping him in his sights. And Oliver Smith wants to keep them as well. Just falling off the back a little bit now is Zane Khan. And you can see Crossley already is in perhaps striking distance. It would be a long way back into Ozier's. And maybe he doesn't want to actually, because of course if he starts pouncing now, he might open himself up to attack from Oliver Smith. That's something he has to bear in mind here. Through Paddock Corner they go to come round to start lap number 3. New fastest lap of the race from Ben Crossley to take himself onto the back of Rosier in this lap of 48.59. So he is applying the pressure here. Keeping our leader very honest for now. They'll go right through the hairpin at Ashby, using the runoff. As I've said previously, that's fine. Out of Wilkins. Gets a bit bumpy on the exit there. You can see there Zane Khan's kart just bumping around a bit on the exit of Wilkins. Quite a bumpy part of an otherwise fairly flat and well-surfaced circuit here at Whilton Mill. As Rosier comes round here to finish lap number 3, it looks to me like he's responded to the challenge from Crossley, and he does with the new fastest lap of the race, 48.41. Only takes his gap out by 5/100ths of the second, such is how hard both of these drivers are pushing. But he is responding to the pressure being applied to him at the moment. Here's Rosier. And they're just starting to get that gap out to Oliver Smith. So Crossley doesn't want to pounce too soon and start battling and lose them time at the moment. I mean, he'll take the opportunity if it arises. But this is the classic sprint racing technique. Work together, build a bit of a gap, and then start to battle it out, because you will lose time once you start battling away. Seems stronger through this first part of the lap, does Crossley. He's very good through Oblivion, through the crook. He always seems to be on here at this part of the lap. Ironic in a way, as I believe that's the part of the lap that Rosier got by him at the start of this race. But he does seem to have a good... Obviously, he gets a bit of a toe off of Bobby Rosier up the hill. But nevertheless, he seems quite strong in that part of the lap. Then down here into Ozier's. And then to me, Bobby has seemed just a little bit stronger in the boot section of the lap here. Just seems to pull the gap out a little bit again to Crossley. It's the kind of thing, it's the kind of cat and mouse thing, you know. Oh, I'm stronger in this part of the lap. Okay. I'm weaker here. Why is he stronger than me here? I'll improve in this way. So that's all part of it. As you can see, Crossley getting close at the top of the hill again to Rosier. Good pace from Oliver Smith in third place, 48.69, just set his personal best. So did Zane Khan, actually, so they're both pushing hard here, putting in their personal best times. And as I say, in this latter part of the lap, this is where Bobby just seems to be a bit stronger, just adjusting a bit his radiator. Some flak coming down over his radiator there slightly. Maybe just distracted him slightly, as he wasn't quite as strong relative to Crossley as we've seen him in previous laps. What will Crossley do this time then? He'll get into the wheel tracks. This is perhaps the best opportunity he's had so far, but he still doesn't want to go for it. He's still a little way back, I suppose. He didn't get his nose ahead by the time they got to the braking zone. And there's Oliver Smith in the number 29. Obviously this is the first time we've been looking at this class in isolation. It was Bobby Rosier who took the win in heat number 1. Not first overall, but got the highest placed in the MiniMax runners in heat number 1. Heat number 2 went the way of Ben Crossley though. So it was 1 apiece for those two then. And then going into heat 3, the highest placed of our MiniMax runners was Ben Crossley again. So it's 2-1 to Ben across the heats, but this is of course where it really counts in terms of championship points, 60 on offer. So that's why this one could run and run, and that's an interesting opportunity there, was it, just opening for Crossley. I thought he was going to get his nose alongside out of Wilkins and have a go down into Osiers, but it wasn't on that time. Tries to do a different line through the second part of the boot now, does Crossley, to get better run onto the new lap. Onto lap number 9 they go. Crossley with the fastest lap at the moment of 47.94. That was set about 4 laps ago. As they come through the top part of the circuit again, over the curbing at Inkermans, then down into Ashby. Don't want to take too much curbing at Ashby. It'll upset your kart. And then use plenty of that runoff. Onto the back straight they go. Bobby Rosier trying to gain any advantage he can. Just blocking the air inlet briefly. Oh, that's... I thought that was a bit of kart then. But no, that's Slavic entertaining himself on the camera post here, waiting for these leaders to come round. Through Inkermans they go again. Braking downhill into Ashby Corner. Spot your apex well. Use plenty of that runoff, that's okay. Just don't go so far wide that you dip your tyre. Then chuck the kart into Wilkins. You can use the curb there, it'll throw you out onto the exit curb. Downhill brake into Osiers, take a wide entry and then tighten to get yourself a late exit and best run onto this straight. Braking, using the full force to not get too greedy though on the... I try and describe the boot and it happens all so quickly. This might give you the opportunity. Maybe I'll use this lap for that. So when they get to the boot, you want to turn left into it, but that classic racing line would take you over to the right-hand side, as Crossley thought was going to have maybe a bit of a look there to the inside on Rosier. But yeah, with section 1 of the boot, you don't want to get too greedy on the exit of boot part 1, because it will compromise your line into the second part of the boot. So you'll see drivers go no further over to the right than the mid line of the track, and then get straight over to the left-hand side for the second part of it. So watch this, they'll go in, don't go too far over to the right so that you can jink back over to the left and get yourself a good run through the second part. You don't have to worry about hitting the apex on the third part of the boot, and then gradually ease it through paddock onto a new lap using that cattle grid curb. And Ben Crossley just did that very well, of course, because he set the fastest lap of the race, 47.88, so the gap is as close as it has ever been. Not quite sure how it could be closer, to be honest. There have been nose to tail throughout the whole race, but we are getting towards the latter stages of this one now. Through Wilkins they go, down into Osiers, that wide entrance you can see. Now you can do a sort of block overtake into there. That's how you can overtake at Osiers, is you go into that gap and just prevent your opponent from coming back onto the late apex. Through the second part of the boot, you'll see how neither of them care too much for hitting the apex of boot 3, and then through paddock, which has got a little less scary now because the apex curve there isn't quite as severe as it was last year. That was something that the circuit tried out to make that inside curve a little bit steeper, a bit sharper as a deterrent. Really, it was sort of to deter. You can get some nasty incidents if people go for real sort of crazy moves into that last corner. As here he goes, let's cross this look there into Wilkins. What is it about drivers wanting to bide their time and then go for a move there? But he gave it a go. It was a good go. Had another look in Ozier's, but I think that Bobby Rosier has covered it off. And here we go then into the boot. He's going to go down the inside. Rosier's going to try and hold it on round the outside. Beautifully done there, but Crossley will get slightly better run out of the second part of the boot, and I wonder if that's going to help him all the way up through the hill towards Christmas Corner. This is it, folks. We're into the last 90 seconds of this on the clock. 90 seconds plus a lap. And this is where Crossley is going to want to strike, if at all possible. He lost a bit of time there off of that attempt. As I say, it was an unusual place to make the attempt, to my mind. Wilkins is not an unheard of overtaking place, but it's a bit unconventional. But he clearly felt he had the overspeed coming out of Ashby, as did Jack Hobson in the race we've just watched. When he went for that move on Gabriel Stilp, and Leo Brown was able to nip down the inside of them on the exit of it. So it's not unheard of, but it's I don't know. Clearly that's where Crossley felt strongest. New personal best from Zain Khan as well in 4th place as we go on to the last lap of this one. And you've got to think now that maybe Crossley burnt the bridge a bit too soon, because it's a half-second gap now to Bobby Rosier. So he just needs to keep the pace up here and control it, and he'll be on for taking a well-deserved victory here today in MiniMax. Down into Ashby they go. And I think we've now passed the point of the lap where I felt that Crossley was stronger. So if Rosier can just keep this one together, as there's Oliver Smith. He's driven well today. He's looking good for 3rd place in this one. Onto the back straight for Bobby Rosier. And I think now it's just a case of guiding it round the last few corners. It was a good effort from Ben Crossley, and he has kept Bobby Rosier under pressure throughout the day. 2 heats to Ben Crossley, 1 heat to Bobby Rosier. But it's the trophy final win for Bobby Rosier. Crosses the line to take the win in the MiniMax final here for round 3 of the 2020 Wilton Mill Kart Club Championships. Ben Crossley finishes 2nd, Oliver Smith finishes 3rd, and it will be Zain Khan who comes round a few moments later. Here he is to take 4th place. Crossley did set the fastest lap of the race on the last lap of 47.73, so he can at least be proud of that. And he did keep Rosier under pressure throughout, so fair play to Ben Crossley. But for today, it is Bobby Rosier who takes home the spoils in MiniMax. We will be back in just a moment's time for our trophy final in the Junior Max class. Let's take you through the Junior Max final grid then. Noah Hadley starts this one on pole with Tommy Edmonds alongside. It's going to be Jack Davis and Neo Clark on row 2. Row 3 will be James Jackson and Harrison Crook. Shout out for James Jackson, by the way, one of our novice drivers, so doing really well to get that high up in the grid. For this one, Leo LeCastro and Spencer Brown will make up row 4. Row 5 is going to be Charlie Pritchard and Luke Ringham, Jack Cooper and Jack Brand making up row number 6. Row 7 will be Kyle Dunford. Could be one to watch. He's had a few kart problems today. Not had the rub of the green. Might move forward in this one. Lexi Belk starts alongside. Joshua Burton and Freya Belk make up row 8. Row 9 is Jake Howarth and Daniel Beards. Row 10 is going to be Jensen Giles and Charlie Ellis. Miles Dawn and Daniel Chabula make up row 11. And then Chloe Konyazik makes up the final row of the grid on her own, but don't worry, I'm sure she's about to get stuck into the 22 karts that lay ahead of her for this one. 23 karts for this trophy final, and I think this one is going to be good. We've got some Very strong talent in this field. Getting ready here as they come round then. Noah Hadley starts this one on pole. How will it end? And that's an immediate false start. And if you wondered what the gesture the drivers were doing, that is the universal symbol for we're going into rolling up again. They aren't perfecting a new dance move or working on the suppleness of their wrists. That is how they indicate that we're going straight into rolling up. So that was a very early call for a false start. Here we go then. We're going to form this one up and try again. Shout out to all the marshals, making the racing possible as ever. And my goodness, has it been good to go back racing here at the Whilton Kart Club this weekend. Tommy Edmonds there, grid position 2 in the 23, the Senna liveried kart. But on the right of your screen, driver's left, is Noah Hadley in the 74, your pole sitter. Jack Davis had a very strong start in one of his heats earlier on. How's it going to go this time? We're away in our Junior Max final. It's a good start from pole, but Tommy Edmonds looks to have held on to second place as they come through the crook for the first time. Jack Davis in the wheel tracks of Tommy Edmonds as they head up the hill, and look out for Neo Clark as well. Heat winner from heat number 2, if memory serves correctly. Good start as well by James Jackson. Has held on to position as there's a look there from Charlie Pritchard down the inside. I think of Leo Lacastro there as they go through Ashby for the first time. Down into Osiers. Nobody going for the move there. As they come through to the boot for the first time then. Noah Hadley has managed to retain his lead. Tommy Edmonds taking a slightly tighter line there, maybe just to cover off any efforts of anyone behind. But look at this, a bit of air caught there. Oh, and that's a nasty moment there for the 27 of Jensen Giles and the 20 of Joshua Burton. And Daniel Chabula in the 12 has got caught up with it today. It just has not been Daniel Chabula's day. And you could see it developing. Let's see if we can catch a replay of that one. As a disappointment there. You can see here that the 20 of Joshua Burton is going to come into shot. And then Chabula, Burton in the 27. Sorry, Giles is going to ride up onto Burton, and then as he comes back down, it just springboards Joshua Burton into the air, and Daniel Chabula just has nowhere to go. He really, there isn't much that I'd say. If he didn't have bad luck today, he'd have no luck at all. I really do feel for him. Bit of a racing incident, really. There's no malice in it. But I wonder if Joshua Burton's been able to continue circulating. In that time, though, there's been a change amongst the top ranks here as Jackson goes down the inside of Tommy Edmonds, because Tommy Edmonds is no longer in second. He's in fourth because Neo Clark and Jack Davis have both managed to get by him. So it's all change here. I think we've got a slight transponder issue for Noah Hadley, because at the moment timing is showing Neo Clark at the head of the field, but it is definitely Noah Hadley in that 74 kart. Oh, look, he's just sprung to the top there. That's amazing. I promise I can't control the timing with my mind. Please don't come and bribe me to put you near the top. I can't help. Certainly don't follow my advice on karting. But yeah, Noah Hadley in the lead and confirmed as such on timing now, as there's a warning for Kyle Dunford, who has got himself up to 11th place. Remember, he was a driver who I wondered if maybe he was going to move up the ranks here as the 65 has a look on the 72. That's Spencer Brown getting by Harrison Crook there. So good move by Spencer, gets himself up into 6th place. And that is the 24 battling away. That's Charlie Pritchard. Also getting by Harrison Crook there, I think so. Crook dropping down a little bit on this lap. Back at the front, Noah Hadley under serious pressure now from Neo Clark as they come round to finish lap number 4. And Jack Davis is right with them as well. This is a really strong grouping at the front here. These top 3 drivers. Neo Clark, whilst we were looking at the incident that happened between Joshua Burton, Jensen Giles and Daniel Chabula, clearly made some big moves, because I think he was down in 4th or 5th, and he got himself into 2nd in that window where we were looking away from things. Down into Ozzy as they go. Tommy Edmonds now coming under pressure from James Jackson. Little look over the shoulder from Hadley. Knows that Clark is there for certain, just trying to work out what position are you taking into the boot. Because that can tell him how to adjust his line through the boot. Remember how much we've spoken about how technical it is through those corners. Lexi Belk has just got past Luke Ringham, that's for 12th place, and this is Jackson down the inside of Tommy Edmonds at Christmas Corner. Does he make that nice and tidy? Yes, he does. So James Jackson up into 4th place, doing really well here in that 41 kart. Spencer Braham as well, ready to apply the pressure now to Tommy Edmonds. He's managed to break away from the pack behind him, which is this pack here, which is Harrison Crook, Charlie Pritchard, Leo Lecastro, Jack Brand, Carl Duffett. You know what, it's everybody else. I think it's everybody in Northamptonshire, to be perfectly honest at this point. Pressure still being applied to Noah Hadley by Neo Clark at the front, though. Fastest lap of the race by Neo Clark now. These trophy finals have all had a common theme, which is the second place driver really applying the pressure to the leader. Here, though, is the look of Charlie Pritchard trying down the inside of Harrison Crook at Christmas Corner. Doesn't pay off there. Going to need to be careful because Leo Lecastro is right there. And Jack Brand nearly made contact there with Lecastro as their lines converged, going through the little left-hand kink after Christmas Corner, which I like to call Boxing Day. Back to the lead. Oh no, back to the lead. Change. Neo Clark has got by. Change for the lead then. Neo Clark has got by whilst we were watching the battle over 7th place. So Neo Clark to the head of the field. And does Jack Davis have a response? Not Jack Davis, excuse me. Does Noah Hadley have a response in that 74 kart? Jack Davis is there though in the 94. James Jackson in 4th. Under pressure from Tommy Edmonds. But we're looking here at the lead group. Can Noah Hadley put a move back in on Neo Clark? Bear in mind, having a few transponder issues with Hadley's kart. That's why your timing tower doesn't currently have him in 2nd place. Should say, following on for that incident we saw between Burton Chabula and Jensen Giles, Joshua Burton and Daniel Chabula have been able to continue to circulate. So Jensen Giles, the only driver to no longer be able to continue following that incident. Back with our leaders. Through Christmas Corner they go. Down into Ashby. Still got plenty of time for this one. There's no point doing a haphazard or half-hearted move for one of these drivers. They can bide their time. And you've got to feel like James Jackson and Tommy Edmonds are working together now to try and get onto terms with this top pack. Coming round to complete lap number 9 then. Issue for Harrison Crook on that last lap. He really dropped down the order, did Crook. He's now down in 13th place as Lexi Belk has got past Carl Dunford. That's for 9th place. So good move for Lexi out there. You can see that confirmed on your time towers up to 9th place. Although bear in mind that is 10th place because of the transponder issue on Noah Hadley's car. Daniel Chabula is taken to the pits now, I'm afraid. So Chabula, I said, was circulating, is now in the pit lane, most likely as a result of some damage after the, and you can see Jensen Giles actually off to the side of the circuit there. You'll see the fluorescent helmet on him maybe as the camera pans across, but we wait to pick up this battle here. Charlie Pritchard leading Leo Lecastro and Jack Brand, Lexi Belk and Carl Dunford. Good battle in that group. Through Inkermans they come, then our leaders. Neo Clark, heavy braking down into Ashby. And you just saw the 24 Charlie Pritchard coming to shot them at the back. So it's Clark, Davis, Jackson. Then, Clark, Hadley, Davis, James Jackson and Tommy Edmonds. This is Spencer Brown. Really committing to the boot there. going around in 6th place. And then it is Charlie Pritchard still absorbing this pressure from Leo Lacastro. Jack Brand is right with them. 98 of Lexi Belk and Carl Dunford, and Jack Cooper has just got by Luke Ringham. Here we go then, Leo Lacastro having a look there on Charlie Pritchard. That was a very earnest effort, but didn't pay off there at Christmas Corner. Thought better of it. Coming out of Ashby Corner then. Pritchard running in 7th place. Is Lacastro going to have a look into Ogiers? No. Needs to be decisive with this. Because if he gets it wrong, he won't just go away empty-handed in his pursuit of 7th place. He'll also probably get taken by Jack Brand. Brand won't need a second time of asking. Nor will Lexi Belk. I thought I saw a change in the background behind them. Jack Cooper up to 11th place now. Luke Ringham in 12th. Harrison Crook in 13th. And that's because Carl Dunford's taken to the pit lane. Something wrong for Carl Dunford. So the disappointment for today does carry on for Carl Dunford. It really hasn't been his day at the races, I'm sorry to say. So the number 40 now in the pits. And it looks to me... Is Joshua Burton still circulating? Yes, he is. He just passed the start-finish line. So he's the sole survivor of that incident that happened. At this part of the lap we're looking at now, near the start of the race. James Jackson doing well to get himself onto the back of this pack of 3 at the front then. It's pretty much a four-horse race at the front. And that's because he has the fastest lap of the race. There is Dunford in the pit lane, card on the stands. He will sadly take no further part. But James Jackson with the fastest lap of the race so far, 46.29. Noah Hadley for the time being has shot back up into the timing screen, so the positions now are reflective of the reality, with Neo Clark in the lead, Noah Hadley in second, in the 74, the 94 of Jack Davis, and then James Jackson in 4th place. Tommy Edmonds trying to keep himself in contention with some good consistent pace in 5th. Spencer Brown not too far back behind, 2.5 seconds. One minute then left on the clock. 1 minute plus a lap for our runners here, and this is where Noah Hadley really wants to start ramping up the pressure on Neo Clark if he's going to mount a valid challenge for the win here. Jack Davis will want to stay with them to capitalise on anything that happens with that, and James Jackson will he'll want to pick up anything that's going, really, see if he can get himself onto this podium as Daniel Beards pulls into the pit lane as well. We've got a few drivers dropping out of this Junior Max Trophy final. They'll get 2 more laps. Here will our top 4, and you have to think now, unless Tommy Edmonds can really come into play once they start battling, you've got to think that your podium positions come from the top 4. Neo Clark responds. He knows what the game is here. 46.28, fastest lap of the race. Clark is wise to the challenge from behind. That is exactly what he needed to do. And can Noah Hadley respond, or is Hadley going to fall into the grasp of Jack Davis here as we're in the closing stages of this one on the penultimate tour of the circuit? Into Osie as they go, onto the back straight. And Neo Clark, I think he responded beautifully with his lap that he did just there. Has he done enough there to cover off any challenge? Because if you're Jack Davis right now, you go, right, we go for second now. Here we go then. Last lap for our Junior Max runners. Neo Clark is in the pound seats to take this one. Noah Hadley, Jack Davis and James Jackson, your top 4 as they go up the hill. Through Boxing Day, through Inkermans, breaking down into Ashby. Jack Davis has dropped off the back of Noah Hadley slightly, so is Hadley now secure in that second place, and does that give James Jackson an opportunity? Do you know what? I hadn't mentioned this, but James Jackson just set the fastest lap of the race to bring himself into contention of 46.19, but they've all spaced out just a little bit as they head towards the boot, so I think it's been a brilliant, tantalising battle between these 4, but it is going to be Neo Clark who comes round the corner to take the win for Junior Max. Noah Hadley finishes second, Jack Davis in third, James Jackson in fourth, Tommy Edmonds. Look at this though, a battle here between the 20s, that's Jensen Giles on lap down, excuse me, that's me getting a bit excited. But James Jackson finishes fourth, Tommy Edmonds in fifth, Spencer Brown in sixth, Charlie Pritchard in seventh, eighth for Leo Lacastro, 9th for Jack Brand. Lexi Belt rounds out the top 10. Jack Cooper in 11th. 12th for Harrison Crook. Luke Ringham in 13th. 14th for Jake Howarth. Freya Belk finishes 15th. 16th for Charlie Ellis. And Joshua Burton will be classified in 17th. Everybody else did not make the finish of this one, and that is Daniel Beards, Carl Dunford, Daniel Chibula, and Jensen Giles. Quite a high attrition rate in that one. But it's congratulations for Neo Clark, who rounds out a fantastic day at the races to take the win in Junior Max. Next up then for you, we are going to have our trophy final in X30 Junior. Right then, let's have the grid for our X30 Juniors. Apologies, we haven't got the grid graphic for this one, but I'm going to talk you through it. Someone has handed me a very reliable piece of paper. Thank you to Lauren from Wilton Staff, who just popped that into us. Lucas Ellingham starts this one on pole then with Luke Watts alongside, although interestingly, showing just how competitive this class is, they were both tied on points. Coming into this final. Sam Shaw and Jude Fernerhoff make up row 2. Row 3 is Lorenzo Cordell and Zach Ripley. Row 4 is Christian Brooks and Alex Johnston. Row 5 is Oscar Joyce and Harvey Ryby. Josh Agambar and Ellis Borshire make up row 6. Row 7 is going to be Thomas Mills and Louis Johnston Cool. Row 8 is going to be Jake Yanagasawa and Alex Moody. Row 9, Charlie Field and Mitchell Gibbons. Row 10 is Luke Weston and Reese Newburn. Row 11, Antonis Sofroniou and Joshua Patterson. Row 12 is Macy Hitter and Harry Cottrell. Row 13 is Sam Baker and Benedict Davies. Row 14, Miles Turnbull and Zaki Hussein. Row 15, Daniel Hackett and Mackenzie Stevens. Rowan Campbell-Pilling and Michael Rapsey make up row 16. Row 17 is Jack Sherwood and Remy Gilbert. And Kyan Gohill and Hugo Gilbert make up row 18. There we go. There are your 36 starters for this one. On pole there, Luke Ellingham in the 99, the blue-suited driver. Alongside him, Luke Watts in his red and white liveried kart. Row 2 is Sam Shaw and Jude Fernerhoff. Here we go then, folks. X30 Juniors is go. Good start from the pole side of the grid. Sam Shaw, I think, has got straight up into third place, and that looked like Louis Johnston Cool having to take to the grass there. I'll confirm that on time, but it is indeed Sam Shaw. But coming back at him now for second place is Luke Watts. Luke Watts doesn't want to lose out on the second place. He wants to be challenging Lucas Ellingham as they all file through the top part of the circuit. Largest pack that we have here today at 36 karts. You can see Thomas Mills battling away as they come through Ashby. Through the middle part of the lap. Does anyone feel the need to go to the inside? Yes, there was a mover there. It might have been Lorenzo Cordell. I'll confirm there. And there, going wide, is the number 42. Was that of Harry Cottrell? I think he might have been just forced out wide at Oziers. And spinning off there is the number 24. That's Lorenzo Cordell, who's been sent round there. Will have to rejoin safely, but will have dropped well down the order. Lucas Ellingham it is who leads. Luke Watts did get the second place back off Sam Shaw. Jude Fernerhoff in 4th. Zach Ripley in 5th. Oscar Joyce in 6th. 7th is Alex Johnston. Harvey Ribby in 8th as they come through in lap number 2 here. Good start from Ellingham. This is exactly what he would have wanted. He wanted the battle to happen between Watts and Shaw. He got it, giving him a bit of breathing space, but Luke Watts is getting right back onto the task of applying the pressure here as the snake of karts runs their way down into Oziers. Great start for Zaki Hussein and Benedict Davies, both making up 7 places on that first lap. And there's an issue there for the 36 kart of Sam Baker, so disappointment for Baker. He's walking away from the kart. I presume that kart looked like it was on tarmac. I presume it's safely on one of the cut-throughs or something there. Yeah, it is. It's on the Indy cut-through. You can just see it just in the top left corner there of shot. As there is a move on... where is that in the field? That was a tiny move there on the 33 of Macy Hitter. So I think that might have been Yanagasawa there making the move as they come down into Oziers. Back with our leaders though, Luke Watt Luke Watts really applying the pressure on Lucas Ellingham here in the early stages. Sam Shaw staying with them. And there's Jude Fernerhoff in 4th place. And then the battle over 5th, Oscar Joyce to the front of that now. Zach Ripley in 6th, Harvey Reeby behind them. Isn't it interesting? We seem to get these breakaway groups about 3 or 4. That seems to have been the dynamic today. Not too much field spread here. Really great to see close fighting throughout the field in this 36 kart. Well, 35 kart now field, because unfortunately Sam Baker has come to a stop. As that looked like Joshua Patterson putting a move on Zaki Hussein into Ashby. Really nice braking into there. And this is for the lead. Watts down the inside of Ellingham. Textbook overtaken to the boot, but Ellingham's going to come back to him. Try and duck under, but the gap isn't there for him. And the lead goes the way of Luke Watts as they come round to complete lap number 4. Great change for the lead there. Textbook overtake, under braking into the boot. But we know how racy Ellingham has been today, and he will look for an opportunity. Look how close he is coming up the hill. Sam Shaw ready to pounce should the opportunity arise as well in 3rd place. And Jude Fernerhoff, with no pressure at the moment from behind, is ready to jump in to the fight as well. Down through Wilkins into Oziers again. Oscar Joyce still leads Zach Ripley over that 5th place battle. You'll see it in the back of shot, just as on some of the longer shots. Luke Watts, Lucas Ellingham, Sam Shaw, through paddock they go. Jude Fernerhoff in 4th, and then it's Oscar Joyce. And Harvey Ribby has got by Zach Ripley now for 6th. Thomas Mills and Christian Brooks have got past Alex Johnston as well. So Johnston down to 10th place on that lap. We'll be looking to make that back up. Joshua Patterson and Jack Sherwood as well have just got past Rowan Campbell-Pilling. That's in the battle over 20th place, 20th, 21st, 22nd. And Harry Cottrell has just got past Michael Rapsey as well. That's over 24th place. Plenty of position changes throughout the field. 7.5 minutes to go of this one. And now Sam Shaw putting some pressure on Lucas Ellingham. Ellingham, slightly different line through the boot there. Went a bit bolder in the second phase of it, shooting for that second apex. That's going to give Shaw a good run up the hill. I'm not sure it will be enough to create the overtaking opportunity. Mitchell Gibbons gets past Alex Moody now for 12th place. And Ribby gets past Joyce for that 5th place battle. So that train of karts battling over 5th place is now headed by Harvey Ribby with Oscar Joyce, Zach Ripley, Thomas Mills. Here it is, Thomas Mills. They're battling away. That is with Zach Ripley right there, and Christian Brooks trying to get by him as well. We look back at the leaders, but this is that battle over 5th place. Ribby from Joyce. Then Thomas Mills has been taken by Zach Ripley now, so it's Ripley in 7th in that high-vis yellow and blue. Thomas Mills in the blue, white and red helmet, and then Christian Brooks there in the other blue and high-vis yellow liveried kart. Then behind them is Alex Johnston battling away with Josh Agambar, Mitchell Gibbons and Alex Moody. Brilliant battles throughout the field as we look further ahead, and there is Ellingham going for the lead on Watts down the inside of Christmas corner. Lucas Ellingham is back into the lead, and Sam Shaw, gosh, he would have loved to have followed through opportunistically there, but it wasn't quite on. Is Luke Watts going to have a go back at him immediately? They're so close, this top 3. It's fantastic to watch. As in the background, Harvey Ribby tries to get a bit of breathing space on Oscar Joyce in that battle. You just saw it in the long shot looking up from Oziers. We're looking here at Watts, trying to put pressure back on our new leader. This will change for the lead on the timing screen. There we go. Lucas Ellingham confirmed back in the lead of this race. Lovely little exchange that these two drivers have had. Great run up the hill there by Luke Watts. He looked to be closing quite a bit on that camera shot. Do like the way that that shot shows us the way that drivers can be stronger than others going up the hill there. There's several factors that come into play there. Having a good line through turns 1 and 2 is good. Having a good line through the top part of the circuit is good, and that's not what's happened there for Alex Johnston. And something hanging off the top of his kart there. The radiator cap maybe was there. I'm not quite sure what that was hanging off of it. As we look back at the leaders here, on to lap number 10 of your trophy final in the X30 Juniors for round 3 of the 2020 Whilton Mill Kart Club Series of Championships. Again, Watts is strong up the hill. Is he going to have a gap? No, he's not. He was almost bump drafting Ellingham up the hill there, but he didn't go for the overtake. He knows that if he botches this, Sam Shaw is going to be right there. But if he doesn't try to go for it, Sam Shaw might also be there. So, in a bit of a sandwich situation here, do you attack, do you defend? What do you do to engineer the best result for yourself? Still plenty of time to go, so he can bide his time. But as I say, if Shaw decides to go for it before you do, then you might be having to work out how you get from third to first rather than second to first. Contact warning for Reece Newburn. Didn't want to do too much of that. Harry Cottrell just got past Zaki Hussain for 19th place. Macy Hitter got past Jake Yanagasawa. That's been a battle that's been going on for a number of laps. And Christian Brooks got past Thomas Mills. We saw how Thomas Mills was sandwiched between Zach Ripley and Christian Brooks. Well, it's swapped actually. It's now Christian Brooks ahead of Thomas Mills, ahead of Zach Ripley. So he's still in a sandwich of high-vis karts, is Thomas Mills. It's just they're the other way around now. Through the boot one more time. Luke Watts taking a slightly shallower exit, hoping to get a good run up the hill. So that's one of the factors that determines how strong you are up the hill. And then is your line through Oblivion and the Crook. These first two corners here. I do love the name Oblivion. It really does demonstrate how you have to chuck the kart in. And you can see you got a good exit off of the Crook. He does seem a little bit stronger there, does Luke Watts, which is interesting, being as it's in Christmas Corner that Ellingham got by Watts on the last time of asking. Anthony Sofroniou and Alex Johnston have now got past Jake Yanagasawa, so wonder if that was a knock-on effect of the battle he'd been having with Macy Hitter. Is that just upset Jake a little bit offline and allowed Sofroniou and Johnston through? Through Paddock Corner, onto a new lap then for the top three. Jude Fernhoff just losing touch a little bit with this front group, but make no mistake, if they start battling away, Fernhoff may get an opportunity yet. You can see how much Lucas Ellingham is almost willing his kart up that hill. He's pushing his head forward. It's not quite what we see called the shrimping technique, where you duck your head to gain an aerodynamic advantage. And here he goes, the move into Wilkins. Luke Watts down the inside of Wilkins. They love doing that today, having a go from second place on the race lead into Wilkins. They must feel they can just catch the leader by surprise. Beautifully neat move, possibly the neatest example we've seen of it as well. And Luke Watts goes straight to the lead. Lucas Ellingham doing well to not lose any of his rhythm there, not expose himself to an attack from Sam Shaw. Accepted it, let it happen. Feels that he'll come back to it. And now Sam Shaw closes up. Clearly the drag helping here. He's going to try immediately again into Christmas Corner. And he's going to go side by side. And he's going to squeeze Watts on the exit. And he's got the job done. And what that's done is throw Watts straight to Sam Shaw. But Sam Shaw couldn't do anything with it that time. You can see how Jude Fernhoff caught up just a little bit there. Through Osiers onto the back straight. Two beautiful moves from our top two runners in the last lap and a half. And we've seen the lead swap twice as a result. You'll see Ellingham go back to the top of the timing sheets there. 1 minute and 5 seconds to go, plus a lap. So they should get, this is the anti-penultimate lap, I believe. We'll have 3 more through the top of the circuit this time. Harry Cottrell has just got past Sofroniou and Benedict Davies. That's in a battle over 16th place. Close fight as well over 5th place. I've mentioned the Harvey Ribby battle. Not been too many changes of position recently, but it's still raging away between Ribby, Joyce, Christian Brooks, Thomas Mills, Zach Ripley. They're all in there. Run from Watts for the lead, and he's down the inside of Christmas Corner, and that's not the first time we've seen this one, I think. So Watts back to the lead as well. Brilliant stuff this. They're changing the lead every single lap, and you cannot discount Sam Shaw. You cannot discount Jude Fernhoff. This is the penultimate lap. This time it's going to be Ellingham who has the drag, and he's been so strong into Christmas. Watts feels the need to go defensive. Ellingham, he doesn't know whether to attack or whether to go back over to the left, lest he expose himself to attack from Sam Shaw, but he It stays as they were. Down into Ashby. Does he have an option there? No, the gap closes for him there. Look out for Sam Shaw. Now he pounces out of Ashby, getting past Ellingham. Beautiful judgment. He's going to go down the inside of Osius surely. No, he doesn't. Can't make it work. And I really thought that we were going to see Shaw go for the lead there. Is there anything on into the boot? Can't open up the gap. Watts is positioning his kart beautifully, creating the widest kart in all of Northamptonshire this afternoon. As they come onto the final lap, Sam Shaw has got himself within striking distance of the lead. He's not been this high up in the order all race long. How is he up the hill? He's gaining. He's gaining on Watts. Watts is going to have to go defensive. Almost all of the top four go to the inside, and that's going to allow, as it has allowed, Jude Fernerhoff to catch up to the back of them, taking the conventional racing line. Shaw has a look into Ashby, can't make it work again, and Shaw surely can't get away with so many of these attempts. He's going to try into Wilkins, but that's going to open the door surely to Ellingham, into Osius. No, because Shaw's going to go on the attack into Osius, coming onto the back straight. Luke Watts is still somehow in the lead of this one, playing it beautifully into the boot. What's going to happen here? Luke Watts is going to be allowed to get away because Sam Shaw has had to go defensive against Lucas Ellingham, and Jude Fernerhoff is going to try everything he can, but it is going to be Luke Watts who takes the win. Sprint to the line here. It's Sam Shaw who takes second. Lucas Ellingham is 1/10 of a second behind him in third. Jude Fernerhoff in fourth, and we've got a flipped kart here at Ashby on the last lap. Drama up at Ashby. Not sure what's happened there. I can see that Jake Yanagasawa and Charlie Field are both dropping down the order, so I have to hypothesize that the incident involves those two drivers. The marshals immediately on the scene, which is good to see, and it is the 46 which is involved. That's Charlie Field who's flipped over. Dramatic finish here. Immediately receiving attention there, which is good to see. But that was an incident, as I say, involving Charlie Field. I thought it involved Jake Yanagasawa because he was dropping down times as well, but he has now crossed the line. So there's going to be some drama there as Charlie gets all of the attention that's required. Luke Watts, though, your winner. Congratulations go to him because that was a brilliant finish, absorbing the pressure. Sam Shaw in second, Lucas Ellingham in third, Jude Fernerhoff in fourth, fifth for Harvey Ruby, Christian Brooks in sixth, seventh is Oscar Joyce, 8th for Thomas Mills, and 9th for Zach Ripley and Ellis Borshire. As there's going to be just a bit of a delay here, obviously, as Charlie Field receives all of the attention that's needed after what looked like a bit of a nasty flip there coming into Ashby. That was your X30s. You can see the X30 senior field are ready in the pit lane, ready for this one. As I can report that the ambulance has reported to the scene there, so the track medics are giving the attention that's required. We're just going to give all the officials here a chance to sort everything out, folks. We'll be back with you in just a moment. Well, thank you for continuing to support the streamed coverage here of day 2 of round 3 of the 2020 Whilton Kart Club Championships. Your Alpha live stream taking you through the rest of the action today. My name is Howard Mitchell from Double Dash Motorsport Media on comms. We're just having a pause here as the X30 junior race ended in dramatic fashion there with, well, it was a grandstand finish at the front of the field, but unfortunately further down the order there was an incident that has involved a kart flipping over at Ashby Corner, which is the 46 of Charlie Field. So the medical crew are with Charlie now, but we're just obviously taking a pause here. It's not a red flag, the race has finished, the result is confirmed, but well, if such an incident happened and it weren't in the middle of a race, this would be a red flag situation, so it's akin to that, it's similar. Obviously we're just giving all of the medical staff the space to work on that. Obviously we'll bring you an update as soon as we can. Thank you for supporting the stream though. Love having all the interaction that we have today. Thanks to Karting Forum on YouTube. Great coverage as always, guys. Thank you. It's an absolute pleasure bringing it to you, and it's always fantastic to be able to bring you the coverage of the WMKC, and we will be with you for it throughout the rest of the season in 2020, now that it is great that we've been able to get things underway. All attention at the moment though at the circuit on the attention being given to Charlie Field up at the exit of Ashby Corner. So just whilst we're waiting for that, I can see the I appreciate we're not showing you this on screen. Hopefully you'll understand why we're not going to show everything that's going on there, but I can see that the medical team are with Charlie now, just giving some attention there. Whilst we're waiting for this though, let's have a bit of a look. Well, let's have a bit of a talk about something that happened yesterday here, which I thought was really interesting, which was the all-electric race that we had, which was this Mighty series of Bambino karts, but they're also working on versions of that all-electric kart for all the other classes as well, for juniors, for cadets, for juniors, for senior levels of karting. Something really interesting initiative. Let's just take a little look at some footage of the Mighty kart. a brief preview there, a brief showcase there, sorry, of the mighty Bambino class kart, the all-electric series, which we saw for the first time in the Whilton Mill Kart Club here yesterday. And it was Jake Beecroft who took the inaugural win in that class. So congratulations to Jake. That was when we were here yesterday for our Bambino and cadet classes. Which, if you missed that, that's all available for you to watch and enjoy again. As I think here we're showing you the presentation of trophies for the race that we just saw. So that's Luke Watts, Sam Shaw and Lucas Ellingham there receiving their trophies. Obviously not able to hand out the trophies in the same manner that we're accustomed to, following slightly different rules and regulations here with regards to precautions due to the COVID-19 pandemic. But yeah, all of the attention, if you're just joining us, is currently with Charlie Field, who was involved in an incident at the end of our X30 Junior trophy final that we've just had. Incident that involved the kart flipping over, and the medical team with Charlie Field now. We've seen them get a stretcher, a bodyboard out of the ambulance to put Charlie down onto. So obviously just there's a need just to provide that at this time. But yeah, for obvious reasons, we're keeping the cameras away from that one. Hopefully you can appreciate we just want to give some take the attention, take the heat away from everybody who's working hard up there. Next up will be the X30 Seniors when we do get underway again. And yeah, we can see now that the medical team have, we can report that they've loaded Charlie into an ambulance. So let's now turn our attention to X30 Seniors with the grid for your X30 Seniors. So Joshua Torpey will take this one from pole when it does get under. It's an all Torpey front row. Two very experienced drivers here in the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Joshua Torpey and Harry Torpey take this one from the front row. Archie Forber and Brandon Matchell on row number 2. Row 3 is going to be Anki Stenning and Oliver Greetham. Tyler Reid and Louis Diamond will be on row 4. Row 5 will be Roy Johnson and Samuel Hawthorne. Row 6 is going to be Thomas Byrne and Jordan Brown. Row 7 will be Matthew Herbert and Caelan Burbridge. Row 8 will be Lucas Romanek and Nathan Ames. Amaya Vajanathan and Oliver Meadows are on row number 9. Row 10 will be Callum Driscoll and James Otto. I'll just give that a moment to catch up. Oliver Henwood and Archie Garlick then starting on row 11. Robert Parker and Christopher Bingham on row number 12. Row 13 then, starting in 25th and 26th, will be Mason Weir and Cameron Coombs. Joseph Ahrens and Benjamin Southgate will start on row 14, and then row 15 will be Vishal Patel and Rihanna Reagan. So the ambulance now is just leaving the circuit. So the circuit has now been cleared after that incident. And of course, we'll bring you an update on the condition of Charlie as soon as we know, but obviously for very understandable reasons we're not going to speculate about that one. But we know that Charlie's been loaded into the ambulance and is receiving, what we can say is attention immediately was given. The marshals were straight onto the scene, and the paramedics were very quick to the scene as well. So fantastic response from everybody here, as we've come to expect from the crew here at Whilton Mill. As now all the staff And the officials will return to their posts with a view to us hopefully being able to get our X30 Senior final underway. Another class that has kept us entertained today. Heat 1 in X30 Seniors won by Joshua Torpey. Heat 2 was won by Thomas Byrne. And then Heat 3 was won by Samuel Hawthorne. So we've had 3 different winners across the classes here today. Let's take a look as well at what the championship situation is as well in our X30 Seniors. It is led by Joshua Torpey at the moment. Harry Torpey in second, so it's Torpey v Torpey at the top of this championship. This could get very interesting. Matthew Herbert in third. Nathan Amos lies fourth in the championship. Fifth is Brandon Matchell. Very strong field in the X30 senior class. Some of those drivers, returning drivers of course from last season. Louis Short was your champion last year. Just as we wait to get things underway here. This is of course for championship leader Joshua Torpey, this is his first season in the seniors, having moved up from the junior class last year. Harry Torpey, however, has been in seniors for a number of seasons. So the dummy grid's starting to come together now for these drivers, just as they finish up clearing the circuit and tidying everything up. But as we reported a moment ago, Charlie Field has already been loaded into the ambulance. The ambulance has cleared the circuit, so we're now just waiting for perhaps any debris or any marshals who need to go back to their post to get into position. Okay, so sorry for the pause there, folks. Just being informed here in the comms box, some very positive news here. That Charlie Field is fundamentally okay. He's conscious. Is talking to the paramedics in the ambulance. It was a nasty 3-cart incident going into Ashby, and the way that the cart landed meant that it injured Charlie in such a way that it was difficult for him to get the flipped cart off of him. So they suspect it's a suspected broken collarbone at the moment, unconfirmed, but that's what they suspect it is, and that would explain why he didn't feel he had the strength to lift the cart off of himself, which is why we saw the cart upturned in the way that we did. But fundamentally okay, that's the positive news. Charlie Field is conscious and talking to the paramedics team, and is going to be okay, but just with a suspected broken collarbone. So never what we like to hear, never not what we like to see, but the really important news is, as I say, Charlie Field is conscious and is talking to the medical team, so that's really good to hear. Thank you as ever to all of the responders there, the paramedics, the marshals. I saw Stu Stretton as well, who does the photography, was very quick to be on the scene to help out in any way he could as well. So shout out to everybody there who went to help the stricken cart and get the cart off of Charlie. How did the incident even happen? I'm seeing on YouTube. it's interesting, the way that Ashby goes as a corner is it can really tighten up as you come towards the apex of that corner. I remember a series that used to run around here, Northampton Karting League, that was one of the only times I ever saw, to any of you who are familiar with the Sodi karts, the Sodi RT8 karts, that the four-stroke karts that run around these circuits, arrive and drive karts. They're very heavy karts. They've got a very low centre of gravity. They're very difficult to flip. The only place I ever saw one of those karts flip was in an incident at Ashby Corner. It's just because of the way that everyone sort of funnels into the apex there, and it can bring people together, and it can lead to those things. And also, I've mentioned as well, once you go off of the concrete there, you are down onto the grass, and if the kart maybe skates across the concrete and gets is unlucky enough to get bogged down a little bit in that grass, it can induce a bit of air, it can induce a bit of a flip, and that means that is a possibility. But just to repeat, for anyone who maybe went away for a moment whilst we had this pause, Charlie Field is conscious and communicating with officials and the medical team. So fundamentally okay. It is a suspected broken collarbone. Thank you to everyone who responded to that, and best wishes with Charlie in a recovery from if it is a broken collarbone or if it's just something more minor than all the best in that recovery. But fundamentally okay, and that's what's important. And thank you as well to Whilton Mill staff for coming and letting us know as well in the coverage, so that we can keep you as an audience up to date. So when proceedings get underway again, it will be our trophy final in X30 Seniors, which will be our last race of the day and indeed of the weekend. It's been a really, perhaps the most recent goings on aside, it has been a really positive weekend, I think, to come back, return to racing here at Whilton Mill Kart Club. So I think what we'll do is, just whilst we're getting ready for the final race of the weekend, we will take a very short break, and we will be back with you hopefully for the start of the X30 Seniors. thank you for continuing to support the stream, folks. Just to give you all an update, if you've maybe only joined us in the last few minutes or so, we're currently in some stoppage to proceedings here due to an incident that occurred towards the very end of the X30 Junior Trophy Final, which we had getting on for half an hour ago here at Whilton Mill. That was an incident involving the number 46 driver in that field of Charlie Field, involving a nasty incident up at Ashby Corner, which resulted in Charlie's car flipping over, and Charlie sustained an injury which is a suspected collarbone fracture or a breakage of the collarbone. Marshals and medical team were immediately on the scene, and Charlie Field has been reported as being conscious and talking with the medical team, and the ambulance took Charlie off circuit to give some more attention to him off track. But fundamentally, he is okay. He has, as I say, he's conscious, and he has been talking to the medical team. We just have a delay in proceedings here as we wait for our X30 seniors. If you're wondering, saying, well, come on, the ambulance has cleared off the track, we've recovered the karts, what are we awaiting here ahead of our X30 senior trophy final? Obviously, the medical resources need to be in place for if you had another serious incident that required medical attention in this subsequent race. So we can't just go racing because the track is clear. We have to wait for the ambulance and paramedics to be in place to provide that support. The ambulance is still on site, but attention still being given to Charlie. As I say, conscious, has been talking with the medical team, with friends, family, supporters who are here. So that is really good news to hear. But we are playing for time just a little bit here as we wait for the X30 seniors to go out. You can see the dummy grid there, all the X30 seniors in their place. Don't worry for any of you who weren't. We will go down through the grid again. I know we went through it about 20 minutes ago just in case the X30 senior race got going. But we will go through all of that again as and when the action starts. We've just been showing you a few of the highlights of today's action whilst we're waiting for that, but that is why we have this delay ahead of our final race of the weekend in the X30 seniors. We're just waiting for the medical crew to be freed up enough, or have the medical resources at hand for if there were to be unfortunately another incident to occur in the X30 seniors. But Charlie Field, as I say, the driver involved in that incident, fundamentally okay, suspected broken collarbone. We're just awaiting for the officials and the medical team to be freed up here. Thank you very much for continuing to support the stream, whether it be through YouTube, Facebook, or indeed on Twitch, as we are today, for the first time with Alpha Live Productions. So if you've enjoyed the stream and you haven't yet given the like, the subscribe to Alpha Live, then please do show them your support. They're also on Twitter at Alpha Live Ltd. If you like what you heard from a commentating perspective, then thank you very much. My name is Howard Mitchell. I'm from Double Dash Motorsport Media, and we can be found at double-mm.com. We can be found on Facebook at Double Dash Motorsport Media, on Twitter at double-mm, and also we're on Instagram as well at double-mm, and on YouTube as well. Do check us out on YouTube. We've been putting up, having so much fun putting up all the content in the lockdown. It's been one of those. It's been it's one of those silver lining things, as I've been mentioning. It's a silver lining amongst the clouds that we were able to give you Bambino coverage, this weekend, because of the way that the action is split across the Saturday and the Sunday. Meant that we could have two streams, one on the Saturday, one on the Sunday, which meant we were able to give some attention to the Bambinos, which we don't usually get to do in the WMKC, or haven't in recent seasons, aside from the Bambino Festival events. So that was good. But do check us out, Double Dash Motorsport Media. We would really appreciate the online love with that one. So do check us out. We do a podcast as well. So we've been keeping plenty of motorsport conversation going during the lockdown period. So We would really appreciate your support. If you're looking for any of the confirmed results from today's proceedings, don't forget you can go to results.alphatiming.co.uk and click on Whilton Mill Kart Club. You don't need a www there, it's just results.alphatiming.co.uk. Click on Whilton Mill Kart Club. That's Alpha with it spelt as in Alpha Tauri, not as in Alfa Romeo for the F1 fans out there, so it's a PH. But you can do that to get any of the confirmed results. So we'll be back with you just as soon as the X30 seniors get underway, but just to make it clear, we are just waiting for all the medical team to be freed up should they be required in subsequent races. We'll be back with you soon. Well, hello everybody. Thank you for those of you who are still watching. Apologies for the stoppage that we've had. We haven't had, what time is it now? We've had about an hour and 14 minutes since we last had any track action here at Whilton Mill. You are watching continued coverage from Alpha Live of round 3 of the 2020 Whilton Mill Kart Club Series of Championships. We had an incident at the very end of our X30 Junior Trophy final involving driver Charlie Field, number 46 in that X30 Juniors field. Kart flipped over up at Ashby Corner on the very last lap, whilst there was a battle for positions there. And the driver in question suffered some injury as a result of that, suspected broken collarbone. But fundamentally, and this is the crucial thing, fundamentally okay, conscious and communicating with the officials and the medical team here at the circuit. Was transferred onto a stretcher, onto a bodyboard, put into the back of the paramedics ambulance there. The ambulance was cleared to the side of the circuit where they could best administer any medical attention needed by Charlie. As I say, conscious, talking with them. So fundamentally okay, which is always great to be able to report, and a shout out to all the medical staff and marshals who were immediately on the scene to help out. But of course, we need to have the capability to respond in that way whenever that happens, and with subsequent races on the bill in the form of the X30 Senior final. We've had to wait for another ambulance to get here from Northampton General Hospital. So that means that we've had to have quite a gap in the proceedings here. So yeah, we do appreciate everyone's patience here, but obviously, as has just been demonstrated here at Whilton Mill, it is vital that we have the capabilities to respond to any incidents that lead to a need for medical attention, which is why we've had to have this pause in proceedings ahead of our last race of the day, of the weekend, which is the X30 Seniors. So that other ambulance has now arrived, and they're transferring Charlie from the medics ambulance, which is best equipped to respond to the demands here at the circuit, and has the on-site paramedics staffing that one. Charlie is now being transferred to an ambulance that's come to the circuit. It'll take Charlie off to hospital. So that's what the wait has been. Thank you very much to everyone for your patience. Never good to see, but of course, really good to report under such circumstances that Charlie is essentially fundamentally okay. So always good to report that, and as I say, an important reminder of how much we all appreciate the marshals and the paramedics who allow us to go racing. You can see there in the dummy grid the class of the X30 Seniors have all got their karts set up, are ready to go racing should we get the go ahead. But that is what we're currently waiting on. So yeah, the ambulance is here, can confirm that, and Charlie is being transferred between ambulances at the moment. That will free up the paramedics ambulance, a slightly smaller unit that provides for us here at the circuit. And if they're freed up, then we should be able to get back to racing in our X30 Seniors final. So that's what we're waiting on. Thank you everybody for your patience. But obviously the main concern here was about giving Charlie Field all the medical attention that he needed, and to take him off of the circuit safely, and now ensure that he gets to hospital securely, and we have the team freed up to provide any further medical attention should it, hopefully not, but should it be needed in subsequent races. So we are hopeful that we'll be able to bring you some track action soon. Let's see if we can we have a look back. I'm wondering at some of the X30 junior action that we had. So let's take a look at some of the highlights here. It was a frantic race, most certainly. You're just looking at some of the highlights here. Some really neat moves. Sam Shaw really on the attack. Lucas Ellingham taking the lead there, I believe, early on. That was an incident for the 46. Charlie Field actually went off onto the grass there. That wasn't the incident that caused all of this. And then plenty of battling. That's the number. This is Anki Stenning, excuse me, battling, and that's Lucas Romanek. Sorry, so yes, this is the X30 Heat 3, isn't it? So that was earlier on in X30 senior. So excuse me, that wasn't Charlie Field. That was just a few highlights from the third heat earlier on in X30 seniors, and that won in the end by Sam Hawthorne, ahead of Tyler Reid, Anki Stenning, Lucas Romanek, and Thomas Byrne. Let's have a look at, we've got some highlights here from X30 juniors as well here. So this is a move of Thomas Mills, isn't it? On I think that is, he was putting that move on there at the top of the hill. And then there's some more moves by Thomas Mills. That's on Luke Watts chasing earlier, and this has been some great battling throughout the day of Zach Ripley. Some really good racing, and hopefully we're going to have a chance to bring you some more here. There's the battling between Zach Ripley and Christian Brooks. And as we're watching this, I'm delighted to report that we are hearing confirmation out that the X30 Seniors field are being told to get ready to go out for racing. So it looks like we are finally going to be able to bring you some racing action here for X30 Senior. So then, here we are for our last race of the day. Good things come to those who wait. Let's see how that plays out here. It has been a long time since we had any track action. It's been 1 hour and 24 minutes since the checkered flag fell for our X30 juniors. But finally, the X30 seniors have been given the go-ahead here. Let's take you through the grid then for this one, shall we? Now, it might be slightly different to how it's shown here, because I'm being told, we've been told since we last showed this, that Thomas Byrne is actually on pole for this one. So Thomas Byrne is on pole with Joshua Torpey in second, Harry Torpey in third, and that will mean Archie Forber is in fourth, and so on and so forth. So row 3 is going to be Brandon Matchell and Anki Stenning. Row 4 will be Oliver Greetham. We're just that excited about the X30 Senior Final. We needed to play that stinger twice. Tyler Reid will start in 8th. Louis Diamond and Roy Johnson will make up row 5. Sam Hawthorne and Jordan Brown will make up row 6. So that driver shown in 11th place there, Thomas Byrne, he will actually get promoted up to pole. So from now on, the graphic is accurate. So row 7 is Matthew Herbert and Caelan Burbridge. Row 8, Lucas Romanek and Nathan Ames. Amaya Vajanathan and Oliver Meadows on row number 9. Callum Driscoll and James Otto on row 10. Row 11 is Oliver Henwood and Archie Garlick. Row 12 will be Robert Parker and Christopher Bingham. On row 13 we'll have Mason Weir and Cameron Coombs. Row 14 will be Joseph Ahrens and Benjamin Southgate. And then Vishal Patel and Rihanna Reagan will round out the 30 kart grid. I'm hopeful for Vishal Patel. He's had a lot of bad luck today. I think the last 2 heats he's come to a stop in some way, shape or form, but hopefully he can have a better run of it. Joshua Torpey is your championship leader at the moment in this class. Harry Torpey is in second, Matthew Herbert in third. Our pole sitter, Thomas Byrne, is competing for the first time in this season here today, but he certainly made his mark in the 74 kart. Hello to any of you who, if you've been, I don't know if you've had us on as sort of ambient in the background, but hello to all of you still watching or who have joined us back. If you know of someone who was watching and then went away during the stoppage time, then let your mates know. We are going racing again. We are waiting for the X30 seniors to go out here. We did have to wait, as I've been saying, for another ambulance to get here so that the medical team on site were able to respond to another incident requiring medical attention if it were to happen. We, of course, hope that such capacity, such resource will not actually be required, but as we have just seen at the end of the previous race, motorsport, at the end of the day, motorsport can be dangerous. It's not just on all of the forms and sign-in papers that drivers in the sport will be familiar with signing. It's also on the back of the tickets you buy to any race event as a spectator. So everyone is always familiar with that aspect of the sport. And we did see that bear out in the end of the X30 Juniors. But just to repeat one last time, if you are just joining us because we're starting to stir again for some race action here, Charlie Field, the news is fundamentally okay, conscious and talking to friends, family and medics, and suspected broken collarbone. We're just panning across here, across some of the races. That's Oliver Henwood in the 17, the 81 is Amaya Vajanathan, Nathan, excuse me. Formula 3 experience has Vajanathan. British Formula 3, European Formula 3 and Japanese Formula 3 last season. So he's got some race experience there. And finally, 1 hour and 28 minutes since we last had the sound of kart engines out there and the sight of karts coming out with being on circuit. Our X30 seniors are taking to the track. It's going to be Thomas Byrne on pole with Joshua Torpey alongside Harry Torpey and Archie Forber make up the second row. So it's going to be a 12-minute final plus 1 lap. It's been a long wait, folks, but it's time for us to have one last blast around Whilton Mill for this weekend for the third round of the 2020 Whilton Mill Kart Club's Championships comment coming in, Tyre Racing 88, finally racing again. Couldn't agree more. Let's go racing one last time for this weekend. Here we go then, X30 Seniors. Good start there from Joshua Torpey. Looks like he's got the jump on Thomas Byrne at the start of that one. So I think it's Joshua Torpey leading them up the hill. Looks to me like Thomas Byrne has dropped down to third, actually, because I'm trying to see who it is who's got up to second place. I think it might be Archie Forber. It is indeed Archie Forber, but he's back under attack again by Thomas Byrne as they all come into Ashby, and there's a bit of a knock there in Ashby Corner. They've all got to be careful. Obviously, there's the psychology of this. These drivers have been waiting over an hour to take to the race. They've just got to keep it all calm now, not throw it away at the first opportunity. But it is Joshua Torpey, current championship leader, who's going to lead them at the end of this race. And Thomas Byrne has been able to get back his position in second place. So it's Joshua Torpey, Thomas Byrne, Archie Forber, Harry Torpey, Brandon Matchell. Anki Stenning has been taken by Oliver Greetham and Roy Johnson on that first lap, as they all go through Christmas Corner for the first time. Great start from Archie Garlick. Now, Archie is a driver who may be slightly out of position relative to what his pace is capable of, as Harry Torpey goes down the inside of Archie Forber there and takes third place. We have the possible prospect in this one of the Torpey 1-2. But Thomas Byrne is looking to cancel that party. Support coming in as well on YouTube. Matthew Herbert getting some support, currently in 16th place. Not too much field spread so far as we're on to lap number 3. Joshua Torpey leads them up the hill. Thomas Byrne in his wheel tracks. Quick look over the shoulder from Joshua Torpey. Thomas Byrne gaining in that slipstream. Through Christmas Corner they go, through the left-hand kink of what I like to call Boxing Day, then through Inkermans, downhill braking into Ashby Corner. Into Wilkins, where we've seen a surprising number of overtaking attempts today. You can see Brandon Matchell in 5th place, trying to get onto terms with Archie Forber, and he's bringing Oliver Greetham in the 79 and Roy Johnson along to the party as well. So there's 7 karts at the front of this field at the moment, and actually Anki Stenning is trying to get on terms with them as well. This is great stuff at the moment from our X30 seniors. You can see Lucas Romanek has got past Jordan Brown now for 12th place. And look at this for the lead of the race. Thomas Byrne has a run. Harry Torpey's going to be cheeky as well and take the position off of Joshua Torpey there. That's cheeky. And it's now Thomas Byrne from Harry Torpey and Joshua Torpey as they come out of Ashby Corner. So Thomas Byrne to the front as he started this race. Onto the back straight they come, into the boot. Archie Forber ready to pounce there in 4th place. On to lap number 5. Thomas Byrne has got a little bit of breathing space now, but Harry Torpey will pull that one back in as he comes up the hill. Don't think he's going to be close enough to make a move there. But if he can be strong down to Ashby, he might have an opportunity there. Can see there as well that Oliver Greetham has got... Roy Johnson has passed Oliver Greetham. And there's a move there as well. That looked to me like that might have been Jordan Brown I saw making a move there. Further down the field. Keep an eye on that one as they come to the end of this lap. Christopher Bingham made up 3 positions on that last lap to get up to 17th place. Great effort from him. You can see on timing there. As we come around to complete another lap. Fastest lap of the race from Harry Torpey. Had a bit of drag, a bit of slipstream helped to achieve it, but it's a 45.54 for Harry Torpey. A personal best as well from Joshua Torpey there. Really, really tightening the screws here on Thomas Byrne at the front. Meanwhile, Brandon Matchell is right on the scene now. No, actually, he's a little bit off the back, isn't he? But he's got Roy Johnson really applying pressure to him in the battle over 5th. You'll see it in the back of shot as we cut to this shot. You see the top 4, and then Brandon Matchell now with pressure of Roy Johnson. And then Johnson's going to try down the inside of Osiers as well. So nice little move that by Roy Johnson. I think he made that stick. We'll see that confirmed as they come around to finish this lap. Behind them, you can see that Tyler Reid seems to have been able to get past Anki Stenning as well. Indeed, that's confirmed as well. So changes position on that lap. Thomas Byrne leads the two Torpies through Christmas Corner, through Inkermans. Harry Torpy so close. Does he have a think about it into Ashby? No. What about the surprisingly popular Wilkins overtaking opportunity today? No. Biding his time. Very experienced drivers, both Harry and Joshua Torpy around this circuit. They know how to construct a very, very strong race campaign around this circuit. Up the hill once again, 6.5 minutes to go, still plenty of time in this race. Archie Garlett continues his progress up the field, and there goes Harry Torpy down the inside of Christmas Corner. Lovely textbook move there from Harry Torpy, but immediately Thomas Byrne is going to come back at him down the inside of Ashby. Beautifully done. Joshua Torpy's going to capitalise as well. Past Harry Torpy. Now Archie Forber's trying to get involved. This is what I've talked about all weekend. If you allow yourself to get taken off the racing line and you don't get immediately back on it, you are going to risk yourself losing some positions. Easier said than done. I've very much fallen foul of that advice before myself, but that is how you've got to play it. And this is closing everybody up now. Well, Thomas Byrne does just have a tiny amount of breathing space, but that will erode as these drivers work together. Bear in mind, these are our senior class drivers. They have the most experience, generally speaking, of any of the drivers you've seen this weekend. And if you're a younger driver watching this, this is great to watch how these drivers are intelligently playing the race. They know when the time to strike will be. There's no point them all battling at this time and losing time to the leader. Their best hope to get the best result. As we just had a brief shot there of the number 46 of Mason Weir, I think putting a move on James Otto into Ashby, or attempting to do so at least. As they come round now, the top five. Brandon Matchell now coming under pressure from Tyler Reid. Tyler Reid's had a great day, hasn't he, racing quite hard. There's Samuel Hawthorne, one of the heat winners, has just got past Oliver Greetham for 9th place as well, further down the order. And there goes the move on Archie Forber from Roy Johnson, who's spent a few laps working onto the back of this pack. So now Roy Johnson is up into 4th place in that number 18 kart. And now he will set about trying to catch up to the back of Harry Torpy, who's currently the 2nd place to Torpy. There is Lucas Romanek as well, just went through shot. I think he's got Nathan Amos in his wheel tracks. Good battle as well, I could see there between Oliver Henwood and Amaya Vaidyanathan. That's over 21st place, so really there are battles all the way down through the order here. As Joshua Torpy is once again in the slipstream of Thomas Byrne, our race leader. Roy Johnson now onto the back, very much so, of Harry Torpy, excuse me. With Archie Forber trying to keep himself in touch with proceedings as well. And Tyler Reid coming as well. This is genuinely one of those ones that in a couple of minutes' time could have closed up to something crazy like a 7 or even 8 kart battle for the lead, because Yankee Stenning is not that far back off the back of Brandon Matchell in that battle over 7th as well. In fact, the entire top 8 are covered by 2.6 seconds at the moment, so hopefully that's close enough for your liking out there. Thomas Byrne now under super pressure from Joshua Torpy in the middle sector here as they go through Osiers. You've just got this feeling that we've got one last absolutely ferocious battle in the can here. Caelan Burbridge has just taken Nathan Amos for 13th place further down the order, and Amaya Vaidyanathan, I said that he was in a battle with Oliver Henwood. He has, for the moment at least, got the advantage in that battle. As far as I can tell, by the way, everybody's still running in this race, which might be a first so far this weekend. Certainly today. Can't think of a race we've had this. Joshua Torpy, can he tuck under into Ashby? He can, down the inside. Beautiful move there. And now Thomas Byrne has to be careful that he doesn't get sandwiched here, and he allows Harry Torpey through as well. He's going to go half in a defence, half in attack into Osiers, and Roy Johnson now gets his first taste of this top four battle, having taken fourth off of Archie Forber. He was looking to see if there was any way by into Osiers as well, but it wasn't on there. There wasn't quite the gap. It's not just a case of can I throw this down the inside and not take us both out. It's can I throw it down the inside and take the position and not bulk us both so much that someone else can take the position off of us. But Joshua Torpey now confirmed as your leader with a couple of minutes left on the clock. A couple of minutes plus a lap. As the top runners go streaming through the top of the circuit, Tyler Reid has got Archie Forber there, and Tyler Reid is sorry, that's not Tyler Reid, that's Roy Johnson on Harry Torpey. Great move there by Roy Johnson down the inside of Ashby, and here's the attempt on the counter-attack from Thomas Byrne into Osiers. He's going to go side by side with Joshua Torpey, and he's got the job done. Another change of the lead here at Whilton Mill. We had to wait a while for this one, folks, but it is being highly entertaining here as Tyler Reid now takes Harry Torpey. Harry Torpey is down to fifth place, side by side for the leaders. They cross the line. Look at this in a V formation across the line, and now Roy Johnson goes past Joshua Torpey for second place. Thomas Byrne in the lead, Roy Johnson in second. He's worked himself off beautifully into play here. Look how many people are having to go on the attack as Tyler Reid defends against Harry Torpey now. Over fourth place, Archie Forber is in there, Brandon Matchell is in there, Anki Stedding's in there, and now going for the lead is Roy Johnson, and Roy Johnson is through. This is crazy. The Torpeys are side by side through Wilkins. They've got to make sure that they don't give it to somebody else. They're going to allow Brandon Matchell and Archie Forber in there if they're not careful. It's now Roy Johnson in the lead of this one. And I think Tyler Reid in that exchange has got himself up to second. Beautifully read here. 2 abreast, 3 abreast through the boot section. This is fantastic stuff to finish off the day here. Roy Johnson leads, Tyler Reid in second, Joshua Torpey third, Harry Torpey in fourth. Sam Hawthorne has come into this one as well, is now ahead of Thomas Byrne, who a couple of laps ago was your race leader. And look at this, there's a move here. This is Louis Diamond bringing himself into play, getting past the 28 of Brandon Matchell. Brilliant stuff here. This is going to be the penultimate lap, and everybody down to 11th place is in this one. I'm not joking. They're separated by just over 3 seconds. Roy Johnson leads them into Osiers for the penultimate time this weekend. Tyler Reid has played himself into this, and Roy Johnson has played himself into this. These drivers have both worked their way up through the top 10. Looks like a 10-car battle for the win. Yes, it kind of is, although there is a bit of breathing space now for our top 3. It looks like to me as they come onto the last lap of racing for today. Roy Johnson has 0.2 of a second over Tyler Reid, and I think they've got half a second over Joshua Torpey. So Joshua Torpey is a long shot here. Can Tyler Reid have a go for the lead on Roy Johnson in the dying moments of this stage? Johnson goes defensive into Ashby, but that's going to allow the switch back there for Tyler Reid. He's going to get good drive off of the corner. Johnson will be able to cover the inside for Wilkins, but he'll be vulnerable into Osiers, and Tyler Reid's going for it into Osiers, side by side, and Tyler Reid's going to take it. Look out for Joshua Torpey down the back straight. Roy Johnson's got to attack and defend. Tyler Reid, he's only going to have led it for about 4 corners. That might be all he needs though, because they're the ones that matter. Joshua Torpey trying to take Johnson, but Johnson's trying to pressure Tyler Reid, and Tyler Reid takes it by 0.12 seconds. Roy Johnson in second, Joshua Torpey in third, Harry Torpey in fourth, Thomas Byrne finishes fifth, Archie Forber in 6th, 7th for Samuel Hawthorne, Anki Stenning in 8th, 9th for Louis Diamond, Lucas Romanek in 10th, Oliver Greetham finishes in 11th, and it's Brandon Matchell in 12th, Caelan Burbridge, Nathan Ames, Jordan Brown in 15th, Archie Garlick, Christopher Bingham, Joseph Ahrens, Oliver Meadows and Matthew Herbert close out your top 20. It's Mason Weir, Callum Driscoll, Oliver Henwood, James Otto, Amaya Vajanathan, Benjamin Southgate, Cameron Coombs, Robert Parker, Vishal Patel and Rihanna Regan round out your 30 kart field. The entire field was separated by 24 seconds, but how about this? Your top 10, 2.8 seconds, and the entire top 4 covered by less than half a second there across the line. Are you not entertained, folks? Was that not a good way to finish everything here? That does bring to an end the action for today's racing. Congratulations for Tyler Reid taking the win in your X30 Seniors there. I've had a thoroughly great weekend. If you like what you've heard from a commentating perspective, my name's been Howard Mitchell. I'm from Double Dash Motorsport Media. Do check us out on Facebook, on YouTube, on Twitter, on Instagram, and failing all else, double-mm.com. You'll find all of the links you need there. This has been an Alpha Live production stream. Check out Alpha Live. If you haven't subscribed to them already on YouTube, if you haven't followed them on Facebook, please check them out. My thanks to Darren Cook, who's been doing all the directing and the shots today, to James Fitchew, who's been coordinating the whole Alpha Live operation here this weekend, and he's been doing some stellar interaction with all you guys online as well. My thanks as well to Slavic and James, our two camera guys from today, and to Adam, who was providing some camera work yesterday as well. And I suppose I also want to, if you want to get any of the results, I should say, by the way, go to results.alphatiming. That's Alpha Timing, not Alpha Live. They're separate entities. Go to our Alpha Timing live, results.alphatiming.co.uk. Click on WMKC to see any of the confirmed results from today's proceedings. And I want to just end this one, I suppose, by saying thank you to all of the staff here at Whilton Mill and those at the Whilton Mill Kart Club who've been able to enable us to go racing again after such a long break. And a thank you to all the marshals and the medics who allow us to go racing, because I think today, this afternoon, we've seen them spring into action when they were called upon, and that was really good to see, and they do make all of this possible. That's everything for this weekend, folks, from Whilton Mill. Whilton Mill Kart Club is in action on the 4th weekend of every month. So we will next be in action on the weekend of the 22nd and 23rd of August. Be sure to join us then. In the meantime, everyone, take care, stay happy, stay healthy. I've been Howard Mitchell, and I hope to be bringing more karting action to you all again soon. Take care. Goodbye.